Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
So hello, Allie, Nyet, and Claire. Let me go ahead and start a bit bigger. So, this will be
Hello there.
very hello.
Hello there. Hello there.
So, as both the title and my announcement was, this is my favorite Etrian Odyssey. Across almost all the games, I will definitely say some of the others have overall kinda maybe better stories. But for this one, for me, it holds a much more special place in my heart because, well, it was my first. I did come with like little stories and other things kinda like that. Do audio and OBS? Yeah? Yeah, I do. I can explain later. Uh, I came with a kinda good. No, I get way too many like different comments being like I'm very quiet, and other times, people hear me like this and say that I'm basically perfect, and my mic is kinda dog shit anyways. So for me, I'm more comfortable having my mic like this. So yeah, I generally want my voice to be heard a bit more out compared to other things and stuff like games or music. But anyways, this is of course my favorite Etrian Odyssey. It's the first one I ever got to play. I made a kinda somewhat edgy sort of like backstory or whatever for some of the characters. It was an awkward time for me. Teenager and all that stuff. So there's that. But I hope you don't mind that I will be maybe somewhat slower with this adventure. I definitely want to do all of the side quests. I want to regularly talk to the NPCs and stuff. And just generally small little trivia things that I personally remember throughout the years and stuff. Maybe even a couple of exploits, provided that they are still present in this version and stuff. Don't fully know. And yeah, let's go ahead and start this. Boot it up, and I'll do those blanks in just a sec. I lead to the ocean city, to the Idrisil labyrinth, journey to the blue depths, to conquer the shadows of light. Though you know not what this means. You go towards Armor Road. What awaits is time's end, death's demise, a tempestuous dream to push away the unfathomable dark. A stormy adventure begins. Damn, this still feels a bit surreal to actually be doing this. This is also the first one in the series to have the title screen actually change time as well, instead of just revolving around a single tree, or even following a character. from this point onwards, it's just a nice, beautiful portrait, with time slowly changing between day and night. So you can also see that if you're a bit more of a veteran, new game is different colored. I've already done this adventure casually for like a while now, getting some characters all prepped up for the post-game. Granted, because of personal reasons, I will have to be changing up quite a lot of them, but I will still personally be very excited and a bit anxious for my favorite adventure. I don't mind starting from square zero for this adventure. Let me go into these squads, because then I will explain a little bit of the concept of the story for now and stuff between the last game and this one. Wow. Hey, it's Starstream. Check out the Discord. Check out the YouTube bot channel. Anything else like that. Tab out so I can just mark a lot of this stuff as red. That's a lot of words. So, between the last chapter of our adventure and this one, it has been a bit of a time jump, time skip or whatever. If you remember, after our adventures in Etria, a good handful of us stuck around with Mika, I'll just say, to go on another adventure in Hyligard, to the far, far west. Helped out quite a few people of... funny. Helped quite a few people that were either along the way to the journey to the Duchy of Hyligard, or just like natural citizens, inhabitants, and whatever of the nation. Now, of course, quite a few of them did stick around from that adventure because, oh boy, were quite a lot of the monsters there. Dangerous. Powerful. And let's just say that maybe during one of those excursions or whatever, Mika might have gotten a bit fatally wounded or whatever. But, you know, because both our high standing within the city as adventurers and for helping rescue their duke, they were willing to try and revive him and get him into a more, like, life state because of, you know, the little MacGuffin we were supposed to try and find there. But it had some consequences, of course. Mika's body is a bit more frail and doesn't really seem like he ages now. So, for 20 years, has just been kinda more quiet. Not able to use a sword quite as well now, but still quite quick on their feet. And, you know, a couple more book smarts, street smarts, all that stuff. As those 20 years go on by, previous members from the guild either retire to, like, you know, the promised nobility that the duchy promised. Some, of course, as it naturally would happen, perished on their journey, but we're still at least able to protect plenty of everyone in the guild. And then even still, because of that long, like, time between then and now, a couple of them have even had some children. And even still, even with, you know, age taking them, quite a few of them are still willing to do some adventuring, including a particular younger sister. And that's generally about all of it. But Mika still has that adventuring spirit within him. So of course, he at least wants one more adventure. And after, you know, a little bit of bribing, talking to some people, adventurers from even further beyond he has ever gone, he has heard stories about one more Yggdrasil to the far, far south of Armor Road. And that is where we are. Now, for personal reasons, I will start on basic, but I know this game basically like the back of my hand. I know the gimmicks of practically every boss, the weaknesses of every enemy, and all sorts of things like that. But so we can at least have a little bit of a fighting start, we're going to be on basic. But then, after a particular point, I will likely switch to expert. Especially for the post-game. But just so we can at least, you know, have a chance, we're on basic. I'm definitely not a first-timer. I'm a hardcore veteran for this series. But I want at least some. The Regal Ocean City Armor Road. Ocean City Armor Road, far to the south, is said to have a ruin leading below the waves. As if tacitly admitting it, the Senators, ruling over Armor Road, have invited explorers to their city. The invitation drew throngs of eager explorers who gathered to traverse the undersea maze. But none of the thongs who came to challenge that maze were strong enough to master it. The impenetrable ruins came to be known as Etrian Labyrinth, and its legend spread further. You yourself, an explorer, has heard its legend and now sailed to Armro to investigate. Your only objective? To challenge the labyrinth. When fame and fortune, your hour is at hand. Join up today, the Explorers Guild. Hello, newcomers. You're standing in the one and only Explorers Guild in the ocean city of Armroad. I'm here to supervise all the explorers who find themselves in our fair burg. There's a little something I give every new guild for signing up. Guild certificate, and the special little gimmicks for this game. Cross script, resolve script, and offense script. Now, let's get to it. First, write your guild name on the space provided on the certificate. Then card, because that name may be known someday across the 7 seas. It all depends on you. Of course I did. And, because of how I generally am, it's the first guild name I ever came up with. So I've generally stuck with it ever since. Maybe if I ever get around to the other games, then I guess I can see about having you guys name them. But that'll be a story for another time. Shadow is acceptable. Shadow, huh? An odd name, but I like it. Well then, step 2 is registering explorers in your guild. You'll need to hire a few folks, but it's up to you whether or not you want to become a number 2. And then it's just the usual. So, I've already thought long and hard ahead about all this. And because it is this point onward that the games really start to change up and stuff. All new classes and stuff for this game. Excuse me. First things first, Mika. Because physically weaker, but still able to keep on his toes. And a bit more knowledgeable as well. Can't quite use the sword as well, so instead, just because it kind of fits me thematically and things like that, ninja. Now, if the HD versions were not a thing, I definitely would use this portrait behind me. I used it as a kid and stuff, but now this one is so much more fitting. I'm actually going to, just for a little bit for the recruiting part, gonna move myself over here instead. I'll be on this side in like a hot second. Why stop that? Oh, yes. But yeah, this suits me pretty well. Got all the red and stuff. Yeah, no personal information or whatever. And we'll be able to invade the equipment a bit. But don't gotta worry about that too much. 29 slots left. So, just going to slowly go through all these. Sovereign are essentially the troubadours from the first two games. And we have one in particular who is a child of one of our previous explorers. Now, technically speaking, they are nobility, but also goddess-type influences and stuff. So, stuff and stuff. This Peachy. Next up, got this person from a coliseum regularly performing. Was able to heavily outweigh all of his matches and stuff. Even if he was using weapons and stuff he wasn't particularly trained the best for, he was still quite good at holding his weight and even throwing it around. Not really many know his name, but he's like tall, muscular, and you know, the red hair. A nice fit for the party. There is also another lass that we encountered on our journey here. Really like to swing around heavy clubs and other things like that. And again, is also red. Gonna fit up pretty well within the party. Don't worry, not everyone is going to be red. I promise. Also because it's been, you know, a very difficult 20 years or whatever. And, you know, you gotta sometimes, you know, rough around a bit. Encounter a couple people or whatever and things like that. Mika has a son. Loves to protect his father very passionately and caringly. One of our previous adventurers is also following along. But, you know, considering he loved to go ahead and, you know, primarily do things more so for money, you know, we kind of promised him a bit of a fortune on this adventure as well. Deadpool is sticking around with us. Also regularly seen around the ocean seas. Encountered another particular individual. Bit larger than what we're still seeing and stuff. A particular affinity with using firearms and everything. But, you know, not necessarily dangerous bad pirate, but, you know, cross them, they're going to, not have a good time. Next up, there was another of my class and stuff, being ninja. I need to get out my notes because, oh my goodness, there are quite a few people. There is also that, but I can't do that for now. They were a bit of a underling for Kate on on their little pirate adventures and stuff. But, you know, bit more shy, laid back, and love to cuddle. Either because of personal reasons or whatever, they're going by Keiki. Mostly because, well, when we first did encounter them, they were enjoying a very, very nice vanilla cake by themselves. Excuse me. Next up, there is a sibling of Mika that was not brought up until some years ago. Somewhat rivalry, because and you know, might have been sending money back home and stuff that managed to get Mika's sister nice and ready for a head start on their adventure. And Nazira has also been going on their own smaller adventures. Maybe not quite as high scale as, you know, going down into the depths of the damn earth to discover some ancient ruins, or climbing up a high-ass tree to, you know, find a floating castle. But Nazira still has their own little adventuring party that is willing to join up with us. One of those people was also a mage who enjoyed, actually a couple of mages. Despite the blue coloring, this one really enjoyed using fire magic. Keeping this, there was another adventurer up in Hyligard that was a younger sister for the gunner of the Lagardian army and soldiers. And because he was able to get, you know, just such high regard and such, he was able to have a good living for his family and him. One of those adventurers basically looked up to me and stuff. And really looked up to us and wanted to come along for adventure of their own. Even if, you know, a slight bit dim-witted, they still at least were able to harness Lagard's, like, chilly winters and stuff to harness their own icy magic. We have two more. This next adventure was part of Nazira's little adventuring band before us. But, you know, they were a bit more quiet, and, okay, it's just primarily for the aesthetic, but they don't really give us too much information about their background. But, you know, they dress quite regally, so maybe they're a noble for wherever Nazira found them. But they do have a bit of a sparky personality, especially whenever they have their funny little quips and stuff out of nowhere. Another caster, but they are a bit strange. They are just a bit strange. They didn't quite necessarily They can cast their spells perfectly fine, but a bunch of times you just see them throwing bricks and rocks at their enemy. Usually this one says that's because of a vision that they have about them being able to summon stuff like meteors or whatever upon their enemies. Now, whether they are bullshitting, or they're a little bit crazy, or, you know, maybe they are premoniting, like, their future powers. Leaf is also joining us. Out in the wilds, encountered a strange boy. He was simple to understand. So long as you weren't, like, rude or mean or anything like that to his animals, he is willing to, like, help you out and stuff. And even, like, navigate around anywhere that was, you know, quite dangerous. You know, like, swamps, dim forests. Despite his name, he's actually quite nice and sweet. Also, regularly, you kind of just see him, you know, either having rats or, like, mice come crawling through the camp or whatever. And, you know, he gives, like, little bits of our rations to them that, you know, we have access of. Thankfully, he's able to find extras for us not too long after. Or, like, extra rations for us, so that way we don't starve. There was another adventurer part of Nazira's crew. And, funnily enough, if not for them, we would not have crossed paths with Nazira, as they too are going to Armor Road, all because of this person. They can't explain why yet, but they do say it's pretty important that they make it back to Armor Road, like, pretty soon and stuff. There was another member of Kate's crew. Now, they were a very simple farmhand and stuff. You know, just minding their business, enjoying very simple life, tending to the, like, herds, taking to, like, stock, the crops, all that. But I guess just something about Kate's personality, or personalities, really convinced them to want to come and join. They're young, ambitious, and got heart. And despite old age taking them, they are still very much willing to come along and join us. No bullshitting around with it. Grandma Yumi! Grandma Yumi! Still nice, sweet, makes quite a few treats and stuff for us. And, you know, I guess is responsible for all of the, like, you know, rations that are regularly made for us. So now, there are more adventurers, but I guess either because we have not proven ourselves quite yet, or what might be a bit more plausible is that they are either not mentally ready, or are on their way here, but need some time because of how the oceans have been lately. So, that currently is everyone that we have brought along for this adventure. Some either here primarily because of me, because they want some extra drive in their life, an adventure, or just simple happenstance. Stretch. So I'm gonna move myself back over here. So now we have the oh so fun part of organizing the first party. So I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm pretty sure we're gonna need Bishi along with us on our journey. I think also I'm going to... it's difficult because I have a very particular party set up for whenever I do this. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. Yeah. Going to have something like this. Then we're going to need someone kind of strong to follow along with us. And also be maybe somewhat versatile. I think... oh. Sis, I might put you in the front, actually. Yeah, I'm thinking... Sis in the front. There's gonna be only... oh, so much I can do for now. But Sis in the front. Because gonna equip with that. Gonna be safe. So, I'm thinking maybe one of our casters. The big fucking crossbow. Can have a farmer later on. I think? Maybe? No. I will also say, I might be a bit slower with this adventure. Let me make myself a bit smaller. Oh yeah. Right here. You can't really see it quite well, but... limit. That's our... essentially our boosting ability from the previous two games. 315 is fine enough. I think, from a meta perspective, we're gonna take Allie along with us. No way. Yeah. So, let me go ahead and go through all this. Yeah. Use items, skills, status. equip. Go ahead and do this right now. So... We're gonna want... We're gonna take that, and then 1.2 Guardian. Form Key. Then... 2 points into healing. Peachy will have 1 Royal Veil, 1 attack order. Let's also do guard order. Just the general 3 abilities I would primarily pick. Mystic Calm for myself. And then here, Shadowbind. Allie. God, I don't like that this is how it's kind of set up, but it kind of was like that in the previous 2 games. I think was it? I don't quite remember. But Volt Star, then eeny, meeny, miny. She'll also be taking Ice Star then as well, then Fire Star. Ether Mastery will be better later. We definitely do want to get Binary Thunder. Book. Yeah. So, we can see quests, missions, and guild cards. So this is the first game, you can see all that. This is the first game to introduce in-game achievements and stuff. And additionally, if you're able to connect your DS online, you're able to kind of join up with other players to do certain missions together. Like tackle certain kinds of bosses and encounters. Now, I highly doubt I will ever properly be able to do this, but I guess if you want to see what your in-game achievements are instead of your Steam achievements, then this is a good way to kind of test that out and showcase. No matter how deep into it you're going. Like if you do X amount of like missions or enemies and stuff. And so on and so forth. Explored, charted, forays, voyages, hunted, walked, total Antle. Quite detailed. But don't gotta worry about that, honestly, for now. 40 cards. I wonder if people have ever gotten to that, like, cap or whatever. Let me go and put Junior up front. Want or something like this. So, oi, stream of fools chasing the Etrian legend never ends lately. Even experienced warriors get swallowed up by that labyrinth every day. And if you come here as weekend warriors, I'll be straight with you. Hit the beach instead. Yeah. Because this one is like... is a lot more dangerous compared to the other ones. Other adventures got pretty far down. No, for this one, not very deep. Not that deep at all. Alrighty. Alright, looks like you're ready to go. Your next stop should be the Senatist to introduce yourself. But before you go, let me explain one more thing. It's about the documents I just gave you, along with the guild certificate. Smart explorers actually read them carefully. If you don't feel like it, just throw them away. But if you hope to go all the way in the labyrinth, you'd be well served giving them a look. Powerful ability called Limit Skills. Blah 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 blah. Thank you for reminding me. I was about to go without doing this. So, cross/, 2 party members will deal slash damage at the very start of the turn. It is based off the shared attack damage of them both. Something like this is better. Indomitable. As long as this skill is active in battle, survive with 1 HP. And then Charge Tactic. Raise attack for 5 turns. I think it's like a 25% increase. I don't fully remember. But limit skills will be very important. Too bad a particular area holds so many of the good ones back. So many. Ugh. I did say Senatus via Senatus. Let's go to the store first. Oh, there's a couple of cool little, like, Easter eggs from the previous games, actually. I'll see if you can kind of spot them over. What's this? Unfamiliar faces? Let me guess. No explorers lured by the sweet scent of profit? In that case, welcome to Napier's firm. We carry all the weapons, armor, and tools you require. Here at our firm, the customer is God. We'll spare no expense for those who line our coffers. Though that is conditional on you participating in a transaction. No winter shoppers, please. And done. Yep. Have you gotten used to the city, novices? You seem troubled. A piece of advice, then. Skilled explorers have few qualms at parting with their money. Stinginess never saved a life. All things depend upon money. Your finances dictate whether you master Yggdrasil or die penniless. Remember that. So then, what can I get for you? Can you already tell what her primary personality is? Junior, you need a shield. Already shows us heavy and medium armor. Ashuro tree leaf, perfect for the arid south. So defense is very important. I've heard this theme so much. Right, as you can see as well, right next to the WAF down there are 2 dashes. Keeping up to the edition, there are a couple of hidden classes for us to get, but we're not going to be getting them anytime soon. So don't hold your breath, unfortunately. Sis. You are going to want a Makana. Simple club. That'll be particularly good. Peishi doesn't need anything quite right now, nor do I. Allie, give you a book. Less damage. And books are generally the absolute crappiest, like, damage-wise. They don't have attack skills now I think about it. But tech is very important. I see. Just had some Wendy's. Pretty good. Nice. Yep. Speaking of UIC. I might have to move out of the way. Oop. That's my... whatever that is. I will also say all of our zodiacs are gonna be basically swapping gear with each other, kind of like how I did with the alchemist. So I hope you guys have like the same like proportions and like overall sizes and stuff, because oh boy, you're gonna be swapping gear quite regularly. Yeah. So hoplites can use swords as well as spears, but not really a reason to switch quite yet. Well, actually, that's a 13 damage increase. Or 15 with sword. Guess we're gonna do so. Defense, however, is gonna be absolutely king, so I want to do that first. If we can't survive, we're gonna die pretty badly. As it already was. Back row will take less damage, but still a good idea to give just in case. I'm gonna have to do bark gloves instead. I already have a good agility, so I might be lucky enough to evade more often. So, maybe not the most ideal, but it's definitely much safer this way. Via Senatus. Seaside Parliament. Oh, I didn't think about all the porches and stuff. Guess I'll stay on this. Yeah, I can stay on this side. Okay. Yep. Bit smaller. Perfect. Easy clap. This will all work out in the end. You guys don't really need to see that anyways. You're outsiders, aren't you? Let me guess. You were drawn here by the rumors of the labyrinth. Then you best remember this. You stand in the assembly hall of the Senators, Armorer's government. And I am she who wields the Senatus's authority to manage explorers such as yourselves, I declare. This is where so-called explorers' skills are tested to sort the true warriors from the cowards. If you want to be recognized as true armored explorers, accept the mission I issue you now. Yeah, you're just telling about that. To gain various rewards and advance the game's storyline. Not like we got much of a choice. If you're as talented as you'd have me believe, there'll be many opportunities to come here. Just don't get lost in the assembly hall on your way here. Prelude to the forest. Anyone daring to survive an explorer here in Arm Road must first pass the Senatus's official test. They've been tasked with creating a map. It's usual. Oh, actually? Well, I'm moving you guys over. I'm moving you guys. God damn it. Where is chat? Chat. Is this you guys? No. Where the fuck is chat? God damn it. You guys are moving into that corner again. Or... yeah. We can both be on this side. Yeah, you guys don't really need to see what's happening over there that much anyways. I wish it would be down. Oh well. It's tradition at this rate. The long and short of it is that you're to draw your own map of the labyrinth's first floor. The guard there will have more details for you. Look for him before you proceed. But you must approach him first, eh? Here's the blank map given to explorers. Use it well. I think this one specifically is, yeah, sheepskin. Which, you know, parchment, leather, whatever and stuff, so that way it's more durable. Just so I don't have to, let the waves lull you asleep. Excuse me. Anyways, let's go and play Guess the Gender with this character. Welcome to Mon's Inn, boss! Not only can you spend the night here, we have doctors to treat your wounds too. So, is this your first time in Armroad? Isn't it awesome? Those clear seas, those blue skies. You're with the Shadow Guild, right, boss? Have you been around Armroad yet? They call this the Ocean City because so many people from across the seas will wind up here. Bet you enjoy taking a walk around town before you go down to the labyrinth. Yeah, you can already see. Try to ignore that a tiny bit. Wow. So... Explorers beware. Forest entrance. No other way around it. The waterfall wood. And these are actually animated and stuff too. Okay, first things first. I see one issue already. Zoom that out. What are they thinking having it by default too? Why? I also wanna change up these. No full mapping. Change that. You step into the unyielding forest, known as the Etrian Labyrinth. And though many explorers have lost their lives in its halls, it is surprisingly beautiful. The breathtaking flowers here are enough to make you feel as if you are simply out for a nature walk. But you mustn't let your guard slip, even for a moment. Go forth and explore, always remembering that this forest is fundamentally a dangerous place. I'm gonna let you in a funny little thing. Immediately turn right. A small crevice is visible in the wall before you. Perhaps a person may fit through. However, it appears to be impassable from the side. I've always found that a bit funny. Also, I'm pretty sure I could, in fact, draw this floor from memory. Not going to right now, at least. Hey, there's a view. Can I see something over there and something over there? There is one thing you must be aware of before you begin your adventures in the Labyrinth. As you have some skill adventuring, blah 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 just tells you, oh hey, might want to spend your skill points, just in case. Combat, healing, and protective skills will all be essential to survival during your journeys. So then hesitate no longer. While appreciating the roar of the nearby cataract, you find a guard alone at a crossroad. I'd heard there'd be newcomers to the guild coming. Welcome to the Etrian Labyrinth. The guard greets you cheerfully, and then motions toward the unmarked map you hold. I'm sure they told you at the start of this, but your first task is to map this floor. Mine, meanwhile, is to instruct beginners such as yourselves in the cartographic arts. Upon saying this, the guard explains slowly and plainly to you how to draw a map. I know perfectly well, and that concludes your cartography lesson. Draw your map thus, then show me your finished work. The guard then stops back, as if to indicate that his duty has been discharged. His guard says, adventure, or stay and question him. No, we are on red. There's about to be encounter. Combine. Ask about the labyrinth. The guard turns his head this way and that before answering your question. It's said that this labyrinth was created following the calamity over 100 years ago. Huh. Calamity? 100 years? Many were wounded, and the old city was destroyed. Everything suffered that day. Ironic, no, that we used the labyrinth formed by Calamity to restore the Ocean City. After speaking his piece, the guard sighs and continues. And that's the sum of our knowledge. We still have no inkling of what lies deeper. I hope that explorers like yourselves will one day master that mystery. The guard then falls silent as a man who has said all there is to say. Decide to leave the guard. Now, based on my memory, is something like this. Just like the very first game, we don't need to do this part. Then I used E for entity or NPC. Still wild to me that I, for the longest time, didn't know how to properly spell guard. So I like that he's just in the middle. He's just in the middle. So, I will paint the walls, but I won't try to paint the tiles. Except when need be and stuff. And not the most ideal. But sis, if I have to zero, go for the attack. It's fine. Damn! Not ideal. But thank you, Peachy. We had ice instead. Try it. There we go. And we're back to 100 experience for level 1. Fanged fish, forest frog, red scale. So, down here in this corner, another crevice. Now turn around. Treasure chest. I think it's kind of like how the first games was. Nectar. Now, you check this. There's our first shortcut. Not like it's gonna be too necessary, but fun fact, I think for these first few steps, yeah, you don't gain any encounter rate. So either if you're just trying to sort of pass time, or whatever, that's a kind of good spot. So, we're gonna be walking around for just a tiny bit. That's not ideal. Thank you, Junior. You'll be fine. Once we get to around level 3, I'll be a bit more comfortable exploring up ahead. Because there's essentially something like a mini-boss for this floor. And if you are not prepared, it will mess you up. Oh well, no more passive healing. So, Pishi, if they're at full HP, Royal Veil activate, cover a static amount of HP. And we won't be getting any ended battle healing until much, much later. Yeah, Triumphant Cry. And there's also Monarch March. Recover HP while just walking. I think Junior will be fine for now. And you're probably wondering, why are they named Junior? Well, their IRL name is based off of another friend, or that person friend, you know, reasons. Also, I just realized we are fighting 2 forest frogs. That's not ideal. Alrighty. After the battle. Come on. Five. Yeah, it's not quite full heal yet. If lucky. So welcoming. I might set up an auto path soon enough. Ooh. And here's the other set of enemies. Now I kinda wish I brought Furu along instead, but this is not the best enemy to test that out against. Actually, wait, no. Ah, so close. I think if I remember correctly, deadly durians are weak to all elemental damage, but are resistant to physical. Okay, well, I'm gonna be doing this for a bit. My controls are slightly messed up because of another game I've been playing. Doesn't quite matter which way it is. Faster! Of course. They aren't the most dangerous. Decay? Oh, that's that ability. And yeah, resistant to physical. I have Allie again. She's not exactly going to be able to do much. I want to show off our limits. Next. No! level up. Ah. Status effects and binds from self. I want to try and get that ability. This is not too helpful yet. Also, learn skill, and changes to row, changes to the entire party, and just decrease TP cost. No longer have to rank up, refresh, or whatever the other skills would be, just to, like, do that. Granted, now it doesn't affect the entire party in exchange until later ranks. Bounds. All binds at once on one target, then a row, then the entire party. I think binds are a bit more dangerous in this game. I believe, at least. Also notice how there's nothing like, oh boy, monks gain like chop or whatever, or hoplites gain mining. They are now in this tab instead. So if you really want to try an outfit for that, oh boy. Makes it very difficult. Also bandage, a common healing skill to just heal outside of battle. It is static, and not the best. Now if the party member is outside of the party, or if this party member is outside of the adventuring party, they will still gain percentage experience. Allie, Ice Start, then get Fire Start next. Then we're going to have her go for Binary. Sis. We need 4. That'll be kind of most helpful for now. Peachy. And the battle healing is going to be important. Just for longevity's sake. As for me... going to get Shadowbind up. It's going to be my primary damage thing, for now at least. So... Allie can do one more Thunder. Then she's going to have to be a little EP for a while. Again, not getting Amretas for a long while. Actually, I can showcase cross-slash a bit. 76. A little overkill, but still nice. Maybe level 4. We'll see. Maybe I should have saved it for this fight. Damn it. Let's also showcase attack order then. Of course they would attack Peachy. I'm gonna leave that Discord server, I swear. There's just nothing really there for me. So I might as well dip out. Ow, don't attack Junior like that. Dear Lord, that's going to pop up. That number combination is going to pop up, man. It's going to make me so upset. I will also say, limits so much better than the boosting or whatever from 2. Because they're actually much more likely to happen than anything else. They're about as common as trying to boost in 1. I don't know what they were thinking for 2, with having it take forever to, like, even get, like, it to max. It was genuinely horrible. He just had nothing going for them. Am I putting a 0 in the first slot? $60. A little bit of healing. It's practically like a third. Or no. A third, a half of, like, at least Junior's HP. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Right. And limits count as, like, a quote-unquote bonus action to perform. Buffs before, and then damage. God! No, it happened! The damage happened! God damn it! Well, that's the end of the stream. Good night. Oh, frog cheeks. Those will be important. Along with one more item. Dun-dun. Allie, if you could be a deer, and just give it 1, or not quite. There we go. Much more like it. 96. I would take any other number. I think that was preemptive. Nice. It's not. Let's do again. Outside battles kind of better. Yeah, if it's barely any. Oh. I probably could have killed it. Not too bad, though. Still a wide berth of an area to check out, which, funnily enough, we're not going to be able to explore, like, half of it until much later. God damn, stop giving me the damn frog duo. I might have Bishi pick up that skill then. Actually, I'm gonna try and go for that. And don't try and hope too much to get your abilities off. Nice. Alrighty. Bodyguard. That'll be helpful. It's gonna heavily eat up our TP. But line heal. Later on, get some refresh and have it be a row. And primarily gonna want Form Chi way up. I think if I'm gonna be using Charge Sack a bit. So put that up. I want at least 5 levels in Shadowbind. For versatility. And plus, you know, quite a few enemies will in fact be plant-based. So they're gonna be naturally weak to fire. I'm gonna have to head on back. Sell this stuff. Just gonna do that. Napier! You're gonna be seeing us a lot. Fuck, she can stretch to 10 times its original size. Compass, Makiri, strap shoes, scale jerkin. And then sell these two. Okay, so Compass, curved blade, designed for downward motion. I feel like I know exactly what it's referring to. Also, you can see it's already has TP up, which is not really any more than like just 2 to 3 or whatever for us. But even still, that's nice. You can also see that there is a blank for it. Yeah. We'll see what that is in a while. That are commonly used. Foreign country. That's a big damage boost for me. Well, large hatchet is a farming tool used mainly for work in the mountains and woods. Damn, I can't sneeze. But it's a farmer-exclusive weapon, and it's considered a sword, which is kind of funny. You're going to see that happen, yeah, as well. A farmer's tool, known for its long pole and 3 prongs, plus 2 luck. Entirely gimmick weapons, I believe, specifically for farmers to be able to use. Just so they at least have something they can try and do while adventuring. That's gonna be like the overall best for now. Bum bum. Dun, bum bum. Ear was a little itchy. Oh no, this is gonna be a good idea for... Actually, funny thing with... what? What? Huh? Oh, wait, no. That's something else. Okay. I thought... Okay, I thought that was for the rapiers. This is the rapiers. 21? Okay, I feel like Pichu would definitely want that then. Just for the sillies. Oh, base TP also goes up. Nice. We get some more, essentially light armor. And you can see that Sovereigns and Hoplites cannot equip it. So they're going to be a bit behind, somewhat, kind of, sort of, not really, kind of. Don't have the money for this. Wrapping string around its wearer's legs. Extra defense. Well, it's essentially like this, but more expensive. Won't worry about it too much for now, though. That's because we're going to take a nice little, like, 2-hour nap at the inn. So that way Allie can have some of her magic back. Yeah. Imagine I accidentally save over my endgame profile. Here's what the city is like at night. Okay, well, don't get too comfortable. We're moving on. Fireflies. And a shooting star. I wonder if that's that, actually. Maybe, perhaps. So. Let's try and move on. Really, preferably, do not want anything bad to happen. Okay, I guess put it right here then instead. I miss how it did that instead. Oh, I can see that. See one right there, and then one right there. And look like we can reach them just yet. That's just a pit right there. That is, in fact, just a pit right there. I thought it was like a pool, like water or whatever, but no. Alrighty, well. Oh, that was better. Come on, sis, you can act before them, hopefully. Ow. No, why? Again, the game fears me. Because I feel like something bad will in fact happen. We'll go and turn to the left. As you venture through the tree-choked area, you notice that you have come to a dead end. You find an old sign in front of the wall of trees, written in large print. Caution! Not all roads in the labyrinth lead ahead. Only explorers who are careful to examine their full surroundings will be able to continue forth. You surmise that the sign, which contains elementary advice, was written for novice explorers. Tip your cap to its wisdom before returning to your investigation. Problem, I don't think any of us... Yeah, none of us have caps. Okay. I mean, a couple of us do have straw... Okay, no, it's only Nez who has the straw hat. Spoilery duty for up ahead. Now I think past this point is danger. Good. Hey, good job, Pishi. I guess now... Oh. I guess now that Pishi is not full HP, but Pishi up front. That way she can deal good damage. sorry, I'm just too much of a little shit to start to be able to not do this. I've done this so many times. Okay, so it wasn't that much up. Nothing right there, so I'm not even gonna bother. We'll head up. And we can now safely take care of enemies in one turn, at least until we get a duo of frogs, I imagine. Oh, stretch. So, nothing here for now, but I'm gonna put down this for now. Damn, so close. If we are just a bit stronger, I think if Junior had a short sword, actually, he would be able to safely take care of them as well. Nice big looking door. That probably looks a bit familiar. Yeah, stop showing the... Thank you. So, no one in your party is skilled in chopping vegetation. Where's door? There's door. We, unfortunately, are not going to be able to make use of this quite too well, unless if I specifically go out of my way to do some of that. Or, you know, also have... Oh, God! It had... I'm pretty sure it was a head skill. Oh, fuck, I don't have that. Okay, Allie, go for Volt, your specialty. Please. That's the danger. And not in Claw. That is the danger of this floor. And you saw it was like 25 damage blocked. And also, Mountain Claw is particularly important for a couple of things, or at least one specifically. I think also, if I remember correctly, right here. And you can see a path leading over that way. Something like that. Looks like 3. Something like this. So that has to go down more. If I remember, that was that. So, go this way. Hi, Salem. Can I help you? Would you like on my lap, girl? How'd you even get down here? Just 1 second as I make sure that door is closed. I'll have the music playing and stuff. No. So she just came out from the other stairway. Anyways, down here. Got... Uh-huh. Don't have limit. You're slightly more annoying. But can't quite. Unless an alley. Here, try something you're not used to. Alright, never mind. We are at our power now. Medica. Simple healing potion. So we don't want to go... We're not going on this... might as well. I won't go this way. You're gonna hear just the first bit of that for a good long while. You can kind of infer how it's set up then. I'm going to quick save. I don't know how this is going to turn out. As you slowly grow accustomed to navigating the forest, you find small footprints at a dead end. The footprints lead east. You can hear something like an animal's cry beyond the bushes. Investigate. As you carefully peer into the bushes, you find an animal caught in a hanging snare. You You hear the cries of its brethren all around, as if in response to its piteous wailing. After you cut the rope with a knife and remove the trap, the animal nimbly jumps down. The animal is still young. Once it is freed, two of its kind that seem to be its parents emerge. You freeze. You see your luck is about to be put to the test. If your luck fails, the beast will misinterpret your kindness and attack. They begin to growl. It seems they perceived you as a threat. Goodwill wasn't misunderstood, and now you must fight the beast, who stand ready to pounce. 3! You'll be fine. Watch. Okay, now I kinda wish I had that. I thought it was only 2. Small field. No damage. I feel like you're gonna be the danger. So on the one hand, danger. On the other hand, experience and items. Great platypus. And poisonous tail. So, you need some amount of luck. I had no idea how much it wants specifically. Maybe like 10 to 12. So, bring along a farmer. Or maybe even a wildling. And then you might be a bit fine. Three platypi. Hi, Salem. You come here. Got a cat on my lap. Can you please? I think this is how you spell it. Yeah, I guess something like that. Nope. If you do have luck, I believe for that, it's just going to simply make them not attack. As you continue through the forest, you reach a hall where colorful blossoms emit a sweet scent. The peculiar flowers sway in the wind. The sweet fragrance grows more alluring. You consider resting here to more fully enjoy the flower's scent. You rest your weary muscles, the beautiful flowers and their sweet aroma all around you. 10 TP! See, nothing bad ever happens. Just saying yes to everything. Unfortunately, this is only ever once. Now fully rested, you resume your exploration of the labyrinth. Once an entire playthrough, you can use this place. Hi, Salem. Can I help you? Do you want to say anything? Guess not. So Allie has at least one more cast in her. Well, she's gonna be using that cast pretty soon. Bite off, which is a head skill, which we are not able to use right now. And wish I knew about that sooner. Allie! Heal. A heal is better than no, well, dying. I don't want to look at this. I will look at this right now, actually. Crevice. I'll just spoil it. Explore a chest. Amrita. Okay. I definitely want to hold on to that for a good long while. And there's also... Get. There's this right here. The treasure chest is locked. You doubt you'll be able to open it at the moment. So for this, we're going to paint it beneath. I'm gonna make the text go a bit faster. Yes, Salem, what's got you all fussy? There's nothing in that corner, unfortunately. Maybe the buff is not too necessary. Kinda, sorta. Let's see. Allie, you'll be fine. Maybe you should have defended, I don't know. Ah! Why is it always Allie? Why is it always Allie? Sass! Sass! You want to go upstairs now? Oh, this cat. Actually, right down here. While wending your way through the forest, you stop at a small passage next to the waterfall. As you gaze upon the waterfall, in this relatively clear area, a cold breeze washes over you. It might feel nice to rest here for a while, you reflect. You decide your current pace is overtaxing, and it would be best to take a brief respite here. After all, the air is so clear that you can feel your strength replenishing just standing here. Mind and body both refreshed, you resume your journey. 15 HP. This one, I believe, is daily? Oop. Don't quite remember. Back for S is practically a heal. Or a full heal. I'm not feeling too confident. And also I got this silly cat upstairs. One sec again. Listen, okay, I'm sorry. Dad microwaved some ribs. I couldn't say no to that, man. Ribs are so good. This is plausible. Damn. Oh, nice. Might be better to hold off until Lynx. Just in case. And then I'll, yeah. Okay. Damn, those two could probably take care of one. So there is... nothing over here. Regardless of time and day, and quests. Now, allow me to just fill in the rest of this. Based purely off of memory, which is... think like this. Now let's go for one more, so it's actually more so like... Well, that's not ideal. Ow. Ow. Why two of them go for me? I'm like the least threatening. No! Son! My son! Otto! We don't gotta worry about much right now. Greenthorn. Let's do this first. 2 chests. What I think is good? Oh, damn. 100. And this one is a Medica? Medica 2. I had a feeling. Dungeon Master is like, okay, you're having a little bit of difficulty. Let me throw you a bone. Report your success. Present your parchment upon which you described your efforts thus far. The guard's previously stern countenance lightened upon examining your work. Outstanding. You've done simply a wonderful job here. His expression utterly transformed, the guard showered you with effusive praise. Go now hence to the senators and report to them your success to claim your reward. As you try to press onward, the waiting guard calls out to halt your progress. Return to the guard, who hails you jauntily. No, sorry, but you need to report your success to the senators before moving on. I understand your eagerness to explore further, but there are clearly established rules. Man. I hate rules. Report to the senators at 2 a.m. Oh, alley. Okay, we can get one more level up really quick. One more level up, which I think should be from this encounter. Goddamn. And bodyguard. The walls won't be too helpful, strangely enough, on this journey. Firewall. We're not going to encounter fire attacks for a very long time. Ice a bit. And Volt? Not as much either. Actually, I don't think we're going to see Volt, like, attacks. Dear Lord, until either that boss or that area. That is so long. Line heal. Nice. And then we're going to work up to refresh, or reset now. We're going to need some passive healing. Shadow Mine. Then I'm going to work on... I'm going to work on this tree. Alley. Fire. That would have been so much more helpful earlier. Wish I thought ahead about that. So first, sell. I think I'm going to sell some of these. Tetsukiyari. And Tent. So, Tent used to rest at specific points inside the labyrinth. I was thinking about giving you short sword of compass. 53, 55, more defense as well. No clubs for a while. Flute it. The extra TP might be pretty helpful. I could definitely use the dagger. We'll have enough Entel to go one more night to rest up. Learn about the laws an adventurer should adhere to. Not too helpful, honestly, because we primarily want either tech or TP up from books. Kinda like how we were doing with the stabs from earlier games. I swear to God. The portraits are gonna mess me up. So, 220. Not gonna have enough if we do that, actually. Hold off for now. Recall a carefully since I heard you entered the labyrinth. Should you obtain any workable materials on your journey, my firm will happily buy them from you. As you sell me new materials, we will stock new merchandise derived from it. And I am sure you could use the coin you pay in return. Everyone benefits. Word has reached me of your success in completing the map. You've proven your mettle as explorers strong enough to challenge a labyrinth. I'll authorize the sale of items at Napier's firm, which you may find necessary in your travels. I'll also send word to the pier that Guild Shadow requires a seaworthy vessel. Oh, this is gonna be so fun. I gotta do this twice. Or actually, no, I only have to do it once. But we're not gonna be seeing that for a very long while. That should allow you to set out on voyages whenever the seafaring urge may strike. Train yourself on battle on the open seas and gain more power, enough to someday grant my wish. 500. And finally, missions now grant experience too. labyrinth going smoothly? I should tell you that if you find new equipment or creatures there, make sure to report them here. Contributing to a comprehensive list of discoveries is a duty of all registered explorers. In return, the Senatus will provide support to make it easier for you to go on your adventures. Tit for tat, if you see. If you want fame and glory, you'll have to work for it. Also, I guess I'm mistaken. I could have sworn the bestiarity and item index or whatever was also in our journal. So, first things first. Ah, I see you successfully completed the Senatus's orders. I received that notification. You see, there is one item that may only be sold to explorers authorized by the Senatus. It's called an Ariadne thread. When you're lost or wounded, use it to be teleported back to Arm Road. You should always have one with you when in the labyrinth from this point on. Stare all you want, though. I do not get them out for free. There's no percentage in that. We want one at all times. Dun, dun, dun. Bum. Five more defense. Ooh, extra tech. Allie and Nazira, actually. Do that. Do that. Peachy's not going to necessarily need it. Defense primarily for Peachy. Maybe even some agility up. Alrighty. So my son, 220, and it's 5 times level, starts at the end. So we'll give him this, and we have just enough. And also our old gear. I'm not gonna have my easy cheap heals. That's gonna be annoying. Anyways, rest up until 7 AM. Get a nice 4-hour nap. 69! All according to plan. I will at least show this. Your point of embarkation. Members of Shadow, this is Inver, Armorwood's largest trade port. Or what's left of it. When the calamity struck a century ago, the topography changed and commerce ended. Since then, many have worked to reopen trade routes. But nobody can get ships out past these currents. Which really brings into question how we managed to get here, but man. That's why the Senators and I are asking explorers to set sail and create new sea trains. The rewards are handsome indeed. If you can chart a course from here to the north, it'll be worth it. I've even gotten them to lend you a ship, exclusively for Shadow Shoes. Got a name? Fuck, I didn't think about this. I didn't think we were going to get the ship name this early. Hold on. Hold on. Where, oh, where was it? I think it was that one. you understand my vision? What's another way I could probably name it, though? Excuse me. Centimeters. Huh. That's quite big. Oh my, that is actually quite big. All I can say is I hope at least in my main profile or whatever, I didn't name it something silly or whatever, because I don't think I can rename it. Not without, you know, server editing. But, I think just so it's maybe not quite that silly. And we can say that's a particular person's name idea for this. It can maybe even be their personal vessel, I don't know. That's how you spell that, right? Doesn't seem right, though. English is weird. Hey, you're not the first guild we're gonna ship to, but most seem to care about the fishing money. You're different, though. We'll be counting on you to restore Armoroad's name as the Ocean City. Yeah. Ah, yes, you also need to load food on your ship. Your proficiency determine how far you can range. This isn't very tasty, but I'll keep you going. Use it to learn the ropes of charting the sea. Biscuits. Also, it's a little threadbare, but you should take this flag as well. It's a good luck token, commonly hoisted by fishermen praying for a big catch. Your objective is to fill in the sea map. Well, voyages can get pretty costly, so I propose it. When you nose fish during your voyage, catch and bring them back. That'll bring in a bit of income. Just make sure you keep your eyes on the real prize. Fishing flag. And there's an entire second map. And 6 turns, meaning like be able to like move 6 paces or whatever. Be honest though, I'm not tackling this until much later. I'm talking post-game. If I recall correctly, you're the novice adventurers from Shadow, correct? How are you finding the Etrian Labyrinth? It's grandeur and depth. It's like the greatness of the sea. And I remember, you've been tasked with an important mission on these seas. Don't get too preoccupied. I shouldn't worry though, you're young yet. I'm sure you can take on both the labyrinth and the seas. Yeah, woo. Totally. Anyways, back into the labyrinth. We have an entire second half of this, third quarter, whatever, to check out. And the guard is no longer here. Okay, never mind. Before you find the guard below some trees off to one side of the path. When he notices your approach, he hails you with a cheerful expression. Major report to the senators, have you? That means you have the right to go on ahead from here. And all your accomplishment, I'll let you have this. The guard pulls a small metallic hammer from a bag hanging from his waist and offers it to you. It's a forging hammer. Enhancing one's weapons is common practice for explorers in Armoroad. If you seriously intend to explore the labyrinth, you should consider doing the same. The guard finishes by giving you not 1, but 3 heavy hammers, which you gracefully accept. Attack hammer, guard hammer, flash hammer. Yeah, so all these calmly points at the path. Proceed apiece. Yeah, so our weapons that have a blank space like that, that can be forged to have those like, you know, effects put on them. So attack hammer increases weapons attack, which I think is directly tied to their attack stat. Guard adds vitality, so extra defense, and then of course, blind, a chance to blind with the weapon. I'm gonna be honest, I think unless if you do a certain amount of the status ailment ones, then the chance for it is kinda low. And not to mention, you still need pretty good luck to properly get it off. And sometimes it's not even really that good. Like for example, I believe Poison and Plague. Well, spoiler alert. But those two status elements, their damage is not going to be that good. But stuff for like Blind, Confusion, even Paralysis, those are somewhat better. Again though, I probably, well, oh, wrong one. Actually, I just closed that entirely. More than likely, the only time I'm ever going to be forging is either right before a boss or possibly the post game. Because you gotta get like good gear that you're gonna be sticking with. You gotta also grind up materials. It's gonna be a headache and a half. Making sure. Anyways, I want to get to level 6 now, before we go too far ahead. And you can see that, just there. I can do 6 of those. But it's a random counter. We can take care of those. Nice. Nice. Looks like a door. The door before you, with a moon-shaped insignia, has no handle and does not budge when you push it. You seem to have no way to open this door at the moment. Leave it be for the moment to explore elsewhere. We've already encountered our first locked door. Perfect, I think it was like... that much. Okay, allow me to simply indulge myself a bit. Mostly for my own curiosity. Correctly, I think it was about... I think... Oh, I think we do want to go down that way, actually. As I think it was a little bit ironic with how it was set up. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. I think it was... something like that. There was... oh, stop that. Right. Right there, I think. This... I think it was something like this. So tense. Why do they make it so tense or so annoying? I'm gonna set up another travel thing over here. I'm gonna replace this one. Down this way. Right here. Yeah. Why is that one like that? It's like directly go out of your way in the opposite direction. You're more dangerous. And the frogs are weak to ice. And weak to paralysis. Too bad you have such a limited way of applying stats ailments. Yeah, you have such a limited way with applying stats ailments. We're not going down just yet. Do that. Even if it does look like this is technically more accurate, this is down. Always, no matter what. Up this way. Damn, so close. I just want to be efficient. Exploring a large box. Bravant. What are we into with its contents? Feather armor. Okay. I know about this. I didn't know the other one. Bravant. So Bravant. Yeah, that's the attack raising item. And now, it is so much better. I think it was like this in 2, I don't quite remember, but now, it applies to anyone who wants to use it. So if Junior wants to use it to raise, like, let's say, Nazira's, like, attack for, like, you know, X amount of turns, now they can, instead of it just being Nazira has to use it on their turn, and then, you know, someone else or whatever and stuff. Anyways, crud, I don't know. I guess we're not gonna be able to safely do feather armor. Well, actually no. But just make everyone kind of equal or whatever, and make each a bit more survivable. Thread. I'm gonna sell all that. Bravants, also. I'm gonna try my best to use them in this adventure. Good job. Yeah, we can two-turn them. I think it'll be safe enough to just be here for a while. Get just a bit more money, get some better defensive items, and I guess also weapons. Now here, as you walk through the forest, you see small yellowish sprouts at the roots of luxuriant trees. The sprouts looks as if they might be edible. You must have the courage to pluck one and eat it. This is the one time I'll say no. And carelessness can lead to certain death within the labyrinth. Besides, the risk is greater than any possible reward and leave the sprouts where they are. I will maybe show the post-game. You know what? Because we don't quite know what it is. always dark. Why? I swear, every time a Great Lynx has attacked us, it's always been to Allie. And, well, here's the entirety of the first floor mapped out. At least we can access currently. No! Ow! Well, it was me this time at least. I don't. Just go for this. Allie? Ah! We're still a bit slower. But almost. Okay, so if I have Junior attack, he'll be able to help us finish it off. Man. Nice. Thankfully, Deadly Durians are kind of useless. And, you know, kind of dumb. Because it technically won't be mapped. Okay. You have to just auto. This is my favorite part of every Etrian Odyssey. Is primarily just doing this. No speedy, I will say that much. Okay, Junior, you need to... Oh wait, no, we have the attack buff too. Oh, nice! That was even without Allie, so... Would still like better defense and everything, though. I guess we're just gonna be doing this for a bit. I don't know. I'm just gonna do this. a snack at the same time. Ah, it's you. What's the matter? What? You obtain a hammer in the forest to forge weapons? Well then, allow me to explain the process. Maybe use these hammers to tamper weapons. Never fear, of course. Perish the thought. A nominal fee applies, which varies by weapon. Secondary materials will also be required, but if I purchased them already, that will suffice. Let's table any questions for the moment and demonstrate. Yeah. So let's see here. Yeah, as you can see, I could do the Tetsukiari. However, it does require 55 money, and 1 Mountain Claw. I think also, the Mountain Claw is what we need in order to make the Tetsukiari. So, I hope you like grinding and farming, because that's one of the only ways to properly be able to make some weapons extremely good. Right now. Nah, it doesn't show. Actually, wait, damn. And those ones that come with the weapon cannot be replaced. So currently right now, there's really nothing good. I think for attack, it only increases the, attack stat over there by 3%. Which currently right now, that's not good. The vitality might be good, and blind especially maybe kinda. But still, it's much better off to just simply hold off instead of trying to. 220. 55. 220. That is 1/4 of the weapon price. I wonder if it's like that for forging the weapons as well. I don't quite remember. Jumping level 1. And sell off all the stuff. Aw, yeah, we'll make it bank! Blind Mask. Not sure if it was like this on the other games, but selling enough of one particular enemy's item, or whatever, drop, will give you a accessory that gives you resistance to said enemy's status ailment, or bind. And we already do have the accessory stat ones, but this is not really worth. +3. Yeah, only +3 strain for +2 attack. It doesn't really make sense, and that annoys me. How they calculate the attack damage in this game is so annoying. Fortune book. Ooh, violet comb. Get some luck up, not wisdom. Also really good attack, but see, drop tech down. Luck can be good for a couple of classes. But we're not gonna worry about that for now. I keep on forgetting Ali's Zodiac. So, Pishi and Junior won't be able to use the Scale Jerkin. I think it might be best for Ali because she's getting kind of fucked. Zero can't do any more heals, so better off to simply do this for now. I will take care of that other profile at some point. I'll change it to me instead. guess also, actually. That's over here. Relax and take in the sights, Butterfly Bistro. Hellos to you. You're the Shadow Guild, yes? I've heard from the Senators. Here at the Butterfly Bistro, you can talk to people and take on side jobs called requests. There are all kinds of different jobs, from monster hunts to item collecting. If you accept a request and complete the mission, report back to me. When you do, I will then give you the reward that the client gives me when they put it up. Doing this request might make you some easy cash. I'll keep getting more and more requests as time goes on, so come back here lots, okay? That's pretty much it. Do you want to be taking on one of the quests right away? Missy. Welcome. You're... Shadow, I know it. I remember it clearly. I do know my customers here at the Butterfly Bistro. Have a drink and have fun. She is a bit dim-witted, and also foreign. That's because of her, speech pattern and stuff. And now we can talk to, random, tavern goers and stuff. And fishermen. Have you folks been out to sea yet? If you're ever out on the water, try catching some fish. There's all kinds of fish around our road. If you catch any, folks at the port will pay handsomely. The rarer you catch, the more you'll rake in. Give it a try. Scavenger Toma. Ain't seen you before. No explorers, I take it? Alright, and here's some advice. Did you know, if you beat monsters a certain way, they'll drop different stuff than usual? Some you gotta kill fire, or maybe defeat them while their arms are bound. That kind of thing. I know all sorts of secret tricks like that to get good treasure. If you want to know them, just ask. I don't give them away for free, but you buy me a drink or something, and I'll gladly spill for you. So that's a way you can try and get a hint for getting a certain enemy's drop. Only one specific enemy, depending on their, again, circumstances. Yo, haven't seen you a lot around here. Are you new around here? Great, come on, sit here next to me. I used to challenge the labyrinth when I was your age too. You gotta start from B1F. No shortcuts. Speaking of which, have you seen any great lynxes? Its sharp claws can rip our workers in half. Their weak hands fire, but that doesn't make them any easier. It's good practice for beginners. There's a famous phrase around these parts. Great lynxes are where rookies become explorers. Alright, you got me. I just came up with that a second ago. Harpist Troubadour. Travelers new to our road, are you? Many such as you have been asking after the labyrinth lately. I'm Wolfram, a troubadour. I've wended my way from the far north all the way to this ocean city. I've been here a long time. I might have a few words of advice about challenging that place. Some lore. The city where you stand is the world-famous ocean city of Armroad, a free city of clear skies and white clouds, an endless sea, and a vibrant, eclectic culture. But freedom can't exist without order. This country does have a royal family. Sadly, the modern royal family has been reduced to mere figureheads. But who then governs Armroad? The aristocrats of the Senators, led by a fearsome old crone. Consider her to be the true power behind Armroad. You'll most certainly meet her yourselves. There's more to Armroad's royal family than that, but let's leave that for another time. The princess, then. Glad you asked. That's the most popular story of the day. I'd appreciate a tip for the telling. Her sobriquet of the porcelain princess comes from her pure, white, shining skin. Her voice is like music from the harps of the goddesses, radiant enough to tame monsters. But even the goddesses wouldn't linger in her presence for having to compete with her face. She is Princess Gertrude, a lovely goddess of Armroad in her own right. Her visage is the stuff dreams are made of. Though, mind you, I've never seen her in person. Each successive princess in Armroad is named Gertrude. I'll tell you the reason later. And then supposedly you heard a couple of times now about Calamity. This ocean city of Armroad was once a grand capital where science and technology flourished. But Around 100 years ago, the center of Armor was suddenly swallowed by the ocean. Afterwards, the rippling waters became tidal waves. The gentle breeze gave way to earthquakes. Armor's advanced technology was sunk, which ended diplomatic relations with nearby countries. It's been a long road to recovering for Armor, but even today, it's nowhere near it once was. Now, since the calamity, if you ask anyone here, you get nothing but a stony silence. And again, that's just because no one knows exactly what went on 100 years ago. It wasn't all bad, mind you. After the calamity, a labyrinth was revealed, drawing explorers in. Though, the scientists had other reasons for gathering explorers. But that tale can wait for now. As I speak out of turn, I must protest. My profession requires me to sing loud and long. But I just come again, explorers, if you wish to hear my stories. Quests. Gathering ingredients to make a new frog dish. Looking for a place I can sunbathe. I will, this time around, now do all. Yeah, all of the side quests. They're going to be a bit of a pain in the ass, but I'm more confident this time. That request? Eh? Ah yes, do try that one. It's the most decidedly easy. I am wanting to make a new menu item here in my bar, and I'm needing ingredients. What's required is 1 frog cheek and 3 semi legs. I am most sure you can gather them by killing forest frogs on B1F. I can continue counting upon you, yes? Good, good. Now, hop to it! Oh, you're accepting this request, yes? It is easy, so it is perfect for you. The client is Bill, an apprentice fisherman who is known for being a lazy oaf. He says he is wanting a safe place to sunbathe. I bet he's looking for a nap spot. You may be finding such a perfect spot somewhere in B1F, yes? Find a good place for him and let me know, yes? That will be the end of this. You be running along now, adventurers. I can be counting on you. Let's go and do some more. So, that spot I marked earlier. I don't think it's this game where you had to do that. Nice, we can safely one-turn our links now. And Peachy can stay in front. Now you would think that spot, but no, that was mostly flowers to smell. God damn it. Ah! Efficiency. Okay, well, right, it does need to be a sunny time, so. Well, we're going to do a little running around then. Wait until daytime then. Got a few hours to kill. This really will be the best spot to kind of farm and grind for a bit. Come on. Come on, RNG. Oh. And we get a full heal on top of it. Nice. As long as Pishi stays alive. Need 2 more levels, however, so level 7 for Pishi. But I think if we get down to level 6 or whatever for that, then we can more comfortably do that. I guess also a bit of annoyance actually with the limit skills. They are slightly, they are slightly more annoying because you have to manually assign them to your party members. So if you theoretically, swap someone out, then you got to reassign it. I do like, at least in the next game, that they made it so that it was just like a whole list that you could choose from. Get our farmers in this case. Man. I might as well just auto. Hoplites get incredible physical defense. Nice. 0. Line heal. Ideal. Yep. Line guard because why not? Oh wait, I'm on cross slash. Oh well. Ah! Why Allie? Why is it always Allie? I swear to God, if this keeps up, Allie's just gonna turn murderous and genocide every single Lynx we come across. think we can go down to the next floor and see about trying to grind and farm there a bit. So for me, I should go for some concealment. High probability to nullify physical attacks. And then we're going to go for singularity. Which actually is the first time we're ever seeing this now. Exploit weakness for extra damage. And it always comes with such a nice little, like, stinger sound. Especially if you happen to do, like, a multi-hit attack or whatever. Hi, Gray! Hope you're well. Excuse me. Okay, that's everyone. I hope this does convince Atlas, after remaking the original trilogy, that they can maybe see about getting the other ones, like up onto PC, Switch, all the other game or platforms and stuff. It'll personally make me really happy. Yes, me. Let's go. Don't need that. Nice. It's either until I get a full pack or, you know, we run out of mana and stuff. Marshlands of Misfortune. There we go. I think it's like this. That much. I think right there. Right here. Don't remember fully, but I think it was something like this. No. I believe it's something like that for that area. We, however... Okay, we'll stick around for a bit. Oh, yep, you see that already. You see that already. Damn, I'm a little too good, unfortunately. I remember this kind of shit. We'll go here. With your first steps into a new floor, your spirits are high as you advance through the forest. However, a sudden, sharp voice calls to you from behind. Hold, explorers. Actually, no. Hold, explorers. There is much you should know to survive these depths. Heed my advice. You turn to find a young explorer before you. He is blonde and has a stern look that hints at greater maturity than his youth would suggest. Is this your first time on the second floor? He asks, as if gauging your mettle. Though he is alone, his presence is somewhat fearsome. You wonder how best to proceed. novice or quite experienced. And who are you? This feels like a me response. The man seemed surprised and amused to have his question answered with another question. Me? I'm not one you should be concerned yourself with right now. But monster ahead is. The man, who was clad in a red outfit of foreign design, shifts his gaze to the forest ahead. Those who come here swaggering and trying from the first floor usually die at that beast's hand. You follow the man's gaze to a powerful monster, the likes of which you've never seen. If everyone was smart enough to back away from fights they clearly can't win, there'd be no issue. But too many novice guilds perish from foolishly charging towards monsters beyond their abilities. I must caution you as well. Watch the enemy's movement before making your own. The man gives a faintly sardonic smile and bow before walking deeper into the forest. I look forward to meeting you again, should our paths cross. He calls out as he walks away. Now, let's go in advance, and if we were to walk forward or whatever, we'd immediately get into a encounter. Yeah, like right there at least. I'm not gonna worry about that though. Aha! You... I remember. These two go after it. Allie... You do this. If I'm lucky. Damn it! Claw shrimp. Which is just, you know, swimming in the air or whatever, I guess. Listen, just don't try to question it too much. Not wanting to, huh? 6 a.m. and yet not day! Okay, good, I didn't go for it. But fuck you in particular. Ah! Ah! Heal. A platypus? We can do one more heal and then we'll have to head back. I like how it shows the entire thing of that thing's pathing. Which you can see it ends right there. I was gonna do this. Yeah, I had a feeling. Bill. You, I think was... Ah! No. Ah! Oh wait, I remember now. Free healing. Light healing, but still. Ah! Oh, it's a tiny bit more damage. Maybe it's not weak to elemental. I'm misremembering. I'm okay. That's a sign for us to just immediately head on back. Hopefully we made enough to get another Ariadne. Enough and then some. 69. Culverin. Always buy an Ariadne thread first. Serious Blade. Ah, this is not turning fruitful. Oh yeah, Serious Blade. That's actually kind of nice. Oh, problem. We're not gonna be able to. If we could, it would be very, very good. No. Oh well. Not like it's the best damaging one. Also, let me go ahead and talk to her. So, let me go ahead and show, actually. These helmets behind me are actually the High the Guardian, guards' helmets. Right up here is the Lancenet shields. Behind this text box right here is... Okay, it didn't show in, like, their portraits, but on the cover arts, medics are always shown, using this Warhammer thing. This is the Protector Shield. There's the Lancenet's sword. And I think there's something else behind her, but I don't fully remember. Anyways, I'm gonna put myself right here. Wait, no. There we go. I think there's just like general medicine and stuff otherwise here. What's with that, like, do you take me for a tedious woman who cares only about money? And not so. In truth, I have an ill sister. I need money to pay for her treatment. Just kidding. Did I have you fooled? Time is money. If you're bored, buy something. That's not turning true fruitful. Listen. Let me be normal for a sec. Okay. So, this is just turning into a select grind fest. Only specifically for the grinding sections of all this, I will change it to picnic. But before we go fight any boss or particularly important encounters, that is when I will change it back to... What is it? Basic. Once it does that, and we're at like decent stuff, stats, gear, level, all that, I mostly just care about the gear right now. Once like that, I will then change it back to basic. And once we're in that area, oh boy, I hope I'm making a good idea for that. I will then change it to expert as well. So, because we're mostly just in the grinding phase or whatever, I forgot to turn those items in. God damn it. But only specifically for this, you know, like, parts where we're primarily grinding and farming for stuff. Let me also make, you know, speed faster. This is not for anything like that. Field. Movement fast. And you can see cheap a bit. I didn't do that sound. I didn't do the any sound. Ow! How much HP did Peachy recover? Did I say 54? Again, for gear. If I get too high or whatever, I will... Oh no. Ah! Suffering from success. you down. Only pierce. But you are weak to blind. Buccaneer would have been really good then. Oh, I'm going back to snacking then. Hi, Charla. You join in right as I mute to enjoy my snack a bit. Hope you're doing well, though. Okay, I'm gonna enjoy my snack a bit more. So let me go and say this right now, because I'm finished with my stack for now. Green feathers are going to be kind of good for us to get some feather armor. Glizzy Gall. You know, I guess in a way, we are currently killing a Gull that's maybe trying to Glizzy our Glizzy. Hello, Claire. I wish I could tap out so that the game wouldn't stop. Teehee. Anyways, this is the furthest I will go into this place. I want to explore it on a kind of more natural difficulty. And ads will start in just half a minute. So sit tight through that. Not like I know anything particularly important is going on right now. God damn, Des. I hope you're doing well, Claire. What you up to, as well as about you, Charlotte. Was a goal. I hope you both are doing well. I ask as, you know, ads are about to start, so I apologize. Dun. Huh. Let me ask a particular question later. I would like a shrimp! I would like to have a shrimp appear, please. Oh, shrimp scampi. Ooh, garlic fried shrimp would also be good. With like some noodles or whatever. Oh my god. Oh god damn, that was a lot of experience right there. Wait, did we get another? Oh, we did. Take the tails too? Oh, that's fair. This is more helpful. And then get that to 5 or whatever at some point. Nice. What do you mean, Claire? Do you mean you don't have I don't know. It's not like anything too important is going on right now. Ha! Yeah, I need the evasion for myself. Alrighty. I still do need 2 party members. Bodyguard, that's where I want it. I will, I guess, start doing Guardian now. Next up will be Resurrect. We want... It's either you put 1 point into Resurrect, or you put out maximum in Resurrect. There's no in between. Anyways, welcome back. With Pishi being that now, our best bet for Pishi is going to be... We're going to want attack order. We want 5 points into it, then I guess... Then we'll start going with guard order, up to protect order, so on and so forth. My evasion not be the best right now, but it can definitely get better later on. Now, preferably I would like to not gain much more experience, and only really get items right now. Now I can get some money. Sure. Good job, Pishi. Might potentially rename Pishi. Granted, however, it costs money. I don't quite have the luxury of money right now. Except... Feather armor and round shield. 300 exactly. Oh, and guard vest, but we don't get access to guard feelers just yet. A secondary shield made for soldiers on the front line. TP up. I think it's like 5% or whatever, maybe. That's 11. And then for you, it's like 12. I think for Nez, it might be smarter. Teehee. Okay, Glizzy Gold does it, but not anything else. Okay, come on, hold on. If I do Gouda, okay, now, I guess 7TV does want to work now. I don't understand. Oops. Had to test. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Tee. Um. Okay, so if I give Nez that, I can then maybe also swap out Straw Hat. That way, just a little bit of extra defense for Pishi as well. Ha! Bum bum. Wait. Teehee. Wow, wow, wow. This is always my favorite part. Because I don't want to go too much. I think this will be fine, though, for now. Battle. Auto battle. Put that back. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and continue. On a more normal difficulty, with slightly better stats. And a better normal walking speed. Whatever. Gonna be coming back soon enough anyways. Oh, Pishi! Actually, wait, no. We... Okay. Just make sure not to sell the frog items this time. I have a Ariadne thread. Carrying on. Marshlands of Misfortune. Whatever. So, if we just walk straight ahead now. Yep. I'm not gonna look back there just now. Once we make it down to the final floor of this little stratum, then I will. Excuse me. Apologies. Okay, so I slightly miscalculated. That seems more right anyways, yeah. So, don't look down that way just yet. Still, let's go this way. Now we start encountering the platypus. Howdy, the platypus! I bet there are mods to do that. Really not too much of a benefit to look down that way right now, so let's instead... Aha! It's a good idea to walk slower sometimes. So there is that down there. I think actually its thing was right there. As you go forth, matching wits against dangerous monsters, you see a cloaked figure. Noticing you, the figure comes near. You can see it is female, and what's more, she is smiling. If, you call that a smile. Also, Jack Frost, I think. Or Jacko, Lantern, or whatever it was. Hello. It is nice to meet you. You must be explorers from Armor Road. An incongruously cheerful voice comes from the girl, who ignores your bewilderment and continues. You need be frightened. My name is Olympia, and I am active in helping explorers like you. The girl smiles again and hands you one of the backpacks she is holding. This is a camping tent. It is practically a necessity here. You may have it if you like. Tent. The girl called Olympia points to the right fork of the road ahead before continuing. That way lies a campground. It is a safe place to use your tent. Olympia looks again at the tent in your hand. Many explorers use these tents to rest during their travels. You should make use of that spot as well. Though she has said well, the girl turns to leave as if there is no more for her to say. I was in the campground myself for a while. If you'd like to talk more, come see me. The choice is yours. Investigate the campground or continue. We're actually going to continue this way. You pass through a door to reach a small open space inside the forest. It is spacious enough to camp. You can see traces of countless others who have been here. Near the trees further in, you see a lone girl resting against one of the pines. Right, I forgot to mark those two spots. We never learned the man's name, I believe. So I'll just do that. You suddenly approach the girl who leans nonchalantly against a tree. As she notices you, she smiles and addresses the guild. If you call that a smile. We meet again. How fare you in your travels? You try to remember if there was anything you wanted to ask the girl. Who are you? Would anyone in the labyrinth really be so free with advice and expect nothing in compensation? There's a girl called Olympia, who she is and what reason she has to assist other explorers. Despite suspicion evident in your voice, the girl is cheerful and upbeat as she answers. Don't worry about that. I have my own reasons. After some time, if you grow as strong as I think you will, I'll tell you what they are. Olympia then closes her eyes and shakes her head quietly. It seems futile to inquire any further. As the girl seems to be a veteran of the labyrinth, you ask her for suggestions on how to proceed. The girl looks up and thinks to herself before answering slowly. Listen carefully. Some paths in this forest exist where you'd least expect them to. Even when you think you've come up against a wall or dead end, search carefully. If you can find these hidden passages, traveling from town and back will be much easier. The girl looks at you and smiles once again. It looks as though she expects you to ask another question. Is that they had nothing to ask. I understand. Well, I'm going to remain here for a while longer. If there's anything else you'd like to ask, please come back here and find me. Say your farewells to Olympia before taking your leave. And then this is it. I also want to say it's weird that they give 1 and 2 these camp spots, or the camping icon, but you can't actually like camp at them in those games. I mean, now when you camp, you will use up a tent here, so it's not like a permanent item you can keep with yourself, consumable resource, but you do recover HP and TP. But I think currently as you can kind of see, that's kind of useless right now. But additionally, we don't really kind of get too much benefit from it. I mean, you get like essentially like a short rest, stay in the labyrinth, 4 hours pass by, which can be really good for particular enemies. Right now, however, it's kind of useless. I will try and see about trying to use it on our adventure. It would have, you know, my entire time, I never really did use them that much. What the heck? Let's try for this. Good. I'm hoping. 18 HP. And yeah, we do get a full heal. Or, not quite a full heal. But we get some healing after battle as well. Damn it, I still don't get it. Maybe it is ice I'm thinking of instead. Right over there is a star. I'm going to save us the effort and just put that right there. Star. We're not going to be able to get for a bit, but eventually we will. Hello, Spectre. Enjoy your lurkies. That. I think actually, looks maybe like this. Hi there. As your boots stick slightly in some mud, you take a second look at the path you tread. On closer inspection, you are certain areas here that are like a marshy wetland. It doesn't seem too deep, but the mud does seem a bit noticeable and damper on the walking speed. You sure to think how easily monsters chasing you through this muck would catch you. Take a note. I forget exactly. I'm just gonna say about that much. I think we do actually want to check that out though, so... So, for the FOEs, they are not slowed down at all by that. No, Pishi, I need you to hit. Oh. I guess we... Yeah, okay. So, ice damage to kill the shrimp. Something like that. Let me just indulge a bit. I think it's something like this. We're gonna book it. Takes 2 steps for us, as you can see. Meaning that FOE is able to get 2 steps in before us, or with us. So that's kind of dangerous. Really gotta space and time them right. Okay, Ariadne. Not too bad then. So I'm not gonna be able to make that. You really don't want to get into a random encounter while sometimes on those, otherwise you are fucked. Anyways. Allie, do some ice again. Efficiency? Okay, so I was slightly wrong. Okay, so we're gonna head over this way. Right here? Yeah. Right here. As you walk down the forest path, you find a guard standing in the corner of an expansive hall. The guard nods in response to your hail and raises a hand to acknowledge you. Are you explorers investigating the forest? How goes it? Despite his question, the guard continues speaking without waiting for your answer. I've been gathering materials left by monsters for a certain investigation. I found a few, but there's still someone missing. I have a proposal for you. If you have any of what I'm looking for, can you spare some for me? I'll make it worth your while with something I know you'll find useful in your journeys. Upon saying so, the guard shifts his gaze to you to gauge your reaction. Consider the offer carefully. Now, I think if we clarify this question, what I need is sharp tooth, punch and knifey, purple scale. So these items... Whoop. I will mark down. No comment. The guard hand is already out, eager to receive. I think we have a sharp tooth. You'll get your lie before you speak it. No such thing. Guards request before you... Yeah, okay. So it doesn't tell us, but... Oh, too bad. If you do find any of that stuff and you want to part with it, come see me. Falls down and rests himself against a tree trunk. Guard the guard and return to explorations. So, of course, we get to exchange these items for particular items. I believe for the sharp tooth, we will get a Medigatoo. Punch and Ivy, I believe, was a Theriaka. Purple Scale. I don't fully remember. But go ahead and hold off on that for now. What I don't want to hold off, however, is this right here. We can mark that a bit. We're going to head on this way. Darn, I was kind of wrong. Pretty badly. Platypus. Everyone go for that. Allie, go for this. I hope that someone is not trying to DM me right now. I hope it's just pings from a server. It's chance-based. That's sucky. My god. I cannot bother with that right now, I'm sorry. I don't fully care. Nut. Yeah. Looking. I'll put this one on. You can tell immediately who I put on. I don't really care wherever else that is. it's like this. We're gonna want to go. Our best bet is to just simply go down. Okay, so... Well, I guess this doesn't matter too much. Something like this. Yep. Now, we're not going to walk down this, but if I remember correctly, that was right there. The other one was here. And fun fact, it literally does not matter which one you go to. It'll give you the exact same drops. So why they decided to put a little harvest thingy right there, I don't know, and it upsets me. Anyways. Gonna mark this, but... gain a few more levels and better gear. You can check that out. Okay, I guess actually, if we're over here already, might as well. Check this way instead. As you walk through the forest, you find a girl walking in the hall up ahead, looking around. She seems to be searching for something. She notices your presence and rushes over. Sorry to bother you. Can I speak with you for just a few moments? The apparent astrologer's blonde hair sways as a torrent of words streams from her mouth. I'm Hypatia, an astrologer with the Mortsumi Guild. I'm in some real trouble. Agata, a young ninja in the guild, got carried away and went deep in the forest all by himself. The girl massages her temples with her slender fingertips and sighs deeply. I can't find him, and I've looked everywhere. I was hoping maybe you'd happen to see him. He's an excitable little ball of energy. Have you seen anything like a young ninja like that? Well, obviously no. I see. Where in the world could Agata have gone? The girl's brow furrows, then raises as she addresses you again. Her expression bright. Hey! If you don't mind, could you do me a favor? If you happen to see Agata while you're out here, could you tell me where you saw him? Hypatia's blonde hair again sways violently at the intensity of her request. You pause before answering, hesitant to add to your obligations in the labyrinth. I will say it's very important, personally, to say yes. For particular reasons that we will see later. You graciously oblige the girl, who finally smiles and joyfully expresses her gratitude. In that case, I'll head back to Arm Road. I'll be waiting at the inn. I'm counting on you. Where's that Gata? You see the girl off as she leaves before resuming your explorations. Hypatia, Modet, Tsumi. I don't have enough room. Fun fact, if you go the other way as well, you will get that same encounter. Oh. Ain't this a bit of a pickle? Allie, go for this. Ah! Must be a bit spendy, actually. Now we get to double our chances to get one. Oh so... Nice. I don't remember if Red Tail is particularly good or important, but might as well get it just because. And now he's looking a bit parched. But just up ahead, oops, will be some helpful stuff. I want to say maybe something like this. Right there. Now, I would prefer not to get a party wipe, so I'm going to very carefully go like this. I'm going to go around. Oh, hey! I was wondering if we're going to encounter you soon. This is a bad combination, actually. This is a very bad combination. Not too helpful. And go for this. Oh, I maybe should have done that instead. No, it wouldn't matter. There's Plague. Ah. Plague is essentially another version of Poison. Okay, just kill you. Good. Can't do much right now with that. We'll survive. Ugh. Wow. Scary. Okay. Now I could use this more. And give that to Pishi. Maybe I should have just done the line heal. So Plague is just essentially another form of poison. But difference being, it has a chance to spread to one or more like other party members or enemies, because you can also inflict it as well. It's just you don't really have many options to inflict it. Which I guess when we get back to town, I will go ahead and go over what the different classes and stuff are like. Like what their primary function is or whatever. I think currently so far it seems pretty obvious. There's one right there and there. Oh, actually, there is... So if I step forward, it will get us, but... to the side. There we go. Think something like this. So, now we got 3 chests here. And it looks like one of those ones from earlier. Locked. Theriaca A. Which is not for ailments. No, it's for binds. The one right next to it, I believe, is Medora. So we're not going to be able to do anything with the chest just yet, but Ooh. Man, that is actually really well timed. Because right down this way, right here, only at nighttime, as you walk the darkened forest, you come to a hall in the corner of the labyrinth. The thin branch cover allows you to look up and see a sky thick with stars. You are tempted to gaze at the starry heavens for a while despite other pressing issues. You decide to stop and enjoy the beauty of the night sky for a brief while. The serenity of the heavenly vistas soaks into you. You find its brilliance soothing. What are they doing? Everyone recovers 20 HP. So yeah, you only get this during the night. So, some things are time-based or whatever. Let's go... I think it's better to go this way first, though, so... Allie's not able to help with that, but... All the time. That's it. I give Allie full permission to just simply genocide all lynxes. There we go. Now, stairs are right here, but we're not going to. We're instead going to look this way. Can you tell I played this game so much? So much. If I was a bit more confident, I would try and 100% this without a guide. Problem. There's a particular... I'll just say, the ocean section is annoying to do without a guide. Like legit, I had to use a Let's Play to properly get to a certain part to unlock stuff. I'm going to be going down that way, so... Looks like it, actually. We're not going in there yet. There's like a door right there, I think. There we go. So it's actually right here. You would have encountered Hypatia again. Still a little bit of versatility. You're the more dangerous one.
Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats make me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats make me crazy.
There we go. Now that's taken care of. The last enemy sometimes doesn't. Ooh! Punched Ivy. And a red scale. Oh, never mind, we need Sharp Tooth. Oh, I'm definitely not gonna be able to make that. In here. I believe something good was in there. I don't fully remember. gonna have to worry about. No, don't color over it. Let's go this way. Like that. Hamal. Ha. Mayo. So, okay, let's see here. Hamal, expensive medicine from ground up strawberries, TP and HP a little. Pricey medicine from preserved fruit. Heals a little HP of a row, but it's actually quite a bit, I believe. I think it's like 120. Which for us is essentially a full heal. Yeah, there's no real easy way for us to... How would you actually? 2, 3, 4. Right there. You won't actually... Hold on, you wouldn't be able to go this way, actually, then. Yeah, you would have to brute force. Bang. Well, thankfully not that. Otherwise, I would have just run away. Poison's a bit more dangerous. Now. Bad. Do I might go for the line heal. Because I'm going to go down this hallway over here. Let me just get this more naturally colored in. I might have to get our farmers and any kind of resource gathering party up. Because without them... Ow. Really? And things like that, we will be at a slight disadvantage for items and stuff. So actually, I'm pretty sure with Clock Cut... Huh, I didn't even see they had pinchers, actually. I've only ever seen their, like, you know, shrimpy bodies and stuff. Go for that, I think. Ally can't do anything, unfortunately, so just attack. I really want to hold on to the Amrita until we get to the boss. Preferably! Yeah, how's about until we get them taken care of? I'd also like to say, thank God, Line Guard is not like how Protector does it. Where it's like once or whatever and then done. Or a percentage chance. I maybe should have healed. Again. Blah. Bitch. I like how our healer is also our primary damage dealer. That's funny to me. We'll be fine. turn in this quest first. I also forgot to do that. Ah, you're returning to see me, yes? The frog dish that has been swelling in my mind can now become reality. I thank you. Perhaps you would be liking some? I'm most sure it'll be tasteful. Oh, wait, I'm almost forgetting. You deserve a reward for hard work. You'll be getting more requests now, I'm sure. Many thanks again. 3 tenths. And experience. Now we're in the next one as well. Alright, things. I'll be sharing the latest information with you. Wait, I mean information. Hey, listen, if you go above and beyond the request, some clients will give you a bonus. Be thinking about what the client really wants instead of what is being asked for. Yeah, and we got some new people. Scavenger Toma. What do you want? Curious about this one, are ya? Or maybe this one, huh? I'll tell you what, I'm really thirsty. I could go for a nice drink about now. Get him some water, ale, wine. Ah, that hit the spot. Grandma's water is so clear, so good. And you don't get anything for it, but you do hydrate someone. Encounter any large bills yet? Those monstrous birds with the green bodies and huge beaks are so strong that you might have no idea how to take one, but here's the secret. They sleep at night. If you don't want to tangle with one, try doing your exploration at night. Though at night, you gotta watch out for those nocturnal gigapedes. Nature's coming at you and going. Strange we haven't encountered that actually filthy booted man. Everyone! What? Can't you tell? I'm trying to get the mud off of these things. Should never went into that muddy patch on B2F. I got chased all the way through it. It was terrible. You lose your balance in that mud, and you'll be some awful monster snack. Damn it! I paid a fortune for this anklet at Napier's, and now look at it. Don't push your luck in the forest. If the monster seems too strong for you, steer clear. This? It's deadly durian sashimi. The butterfly bistro is famous for it. Deadly durian is quite tasty, but you need to watch yourself if they appear alongside titaniums. Titaniums may look like vibrant flowers, but every rose has its thorns. Yeah, plus it nasty smell. Between the two of them, the stench will be so terrible that you'll have a nasty time of it. Excuse me, miss. Are my pickled titaniums ready yet? I'm drinking here because I'm ready for my husband to return from the labyrinth. Do you know the great platypus? Its tail has a strong toxin, so you better watch out for it. Why do I know so much about it? Because my husband died from that poison. Tomboy Hammerist. No, don't know. Hey, do you know about that clump of mushrooms going on B2F? They're really tasty. If you come across them, you should try one. Aura tells me not to, but I say if you're going into that forest, you might as well have a tasty snack. Do you know about the patch of mushrooms going on B2F? Don't you hunger tempt you into going near them? You'll regret it. Make no mistake. Narada never thinks twice about approaching anything suspicious. Honestly, that girl. Incredible. Oh, that Gigapede. Gigapede Lake, which, actually, I might be able to do, actually. I won't be able to do this. And since we gave that man water earlier, I need some water myself. God damn. What? Ah, yummy. Yummy, yummy in my tummy. I will worry about that later. So, I won't worry about these for now. But I definitely, you know what? Actually, I think as a little challenge for myself, I'm going to do all the side quests that we get, essentially right before we do the boss of the stratum. I feel like that would be a nice way to just get it all nicely done and taken care of. If that means you gotta do a lot of them twice. It will actually make a couple of certain ones really interesting how they're going to be handled. Because, you know, there was a few, like, endurance-based ones. So I wonder how my post-game party is going to fare when, you know, I'm going to have them do that as well. Guildman. Ah, it's you, Shadow. How's the adventure going? Got the urge to turn tail and run yet? Make sure you're fully stocked on medicine. If you rely only on your skills, you're in for a shock. Most people think the number one cause of death in the labyrinth is running low on supplies. So yeah, I'm gonna have to get my farming party kinda set up at some point. That's of course, picnic and some such. I can already tell, however, Azira and Junior are going to be seeing the absolute most adventuring. But every stratum, I will be sure to swap out party members when plausible. I don't know, she might be able to tell who I might be using then when it comes to certain bosses or whatever. If I remember correctly. I don't think I was going to. Maybe, maybe not. No, I know exactly how I'm going to do it then. First things first. Get our 3-hour nap. Actually, give me just a second to change that one. I think we saved. I'm gonna save again just in case. It's making me just a tiny bit uncomfortable seeing that one so much. So I'm going to... Yeah. Be quiet, game. That's also going to make me slightly uncomfortable seeing that. It's over that one. Good. Okay. That's a bit more adorable, I think. Plus, I think I'll make a couple other people comfortable as well. We're a bit underleveled of how I normally would be. I would normally be around 11 in that case. Actually. Wrong one. Aha! Uyumi, Panzertasche. Palash, hunter's gesture will you me. Crossbow that fires large arrows with its tightly strung bow. Seems a little silly that they move on to using crossbows, but meh. Also, do remember that, they're gonna get big. Yeah, they're gonna get straight up big and massive, and a bit impractical. So it's gonna be quite funny, in my opinion. I maybe want to... We'll see how it goes on the 3rd floor. I have yeah, I'm also lucky I should be able to find a campground fairly easily. And we can see just how good a tent actually is. But yeah, because of course, off-stream, I will dedicate, just kind of like having the game open, farm for like items and gear, and I will hold myself back a tiny bit for levels and stuff. I have a general idea how I normally, yeah, I remember how I normally did it. Bitch. Only get it faster. But we do get the full heal, as long as Peachy is good. Or not full heal. It's some amount of healing. Mark these down, just for like personal reasons and stuff. Kinda helps you memorize their pathing, possibly. 1, 2, 3, yep. And I think there was one right there. Oh wait, no, he was right here. Let's go ahead and move onwards. Considering fully rested and stuff, okay. Maybe not for long. Ally, do what you do best. Ah! 69. Ah! Golly. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe a little much, but I think it's like 50-ish HP. What else am I gonna use it also? Anyways, let's go. As you wander the winding paths past a door, you find a clearing devoid of trees. The sunlight pouring in from above warms the clearing, making it a haven within the labyrinth. In the hall center are the same mushrooms that were growing on the side of the path before. Right, should have been back before. There's nothing barring your way from picking one of the mushrooms should you choose. As you crouch and reach for the mushroom, it suddenly starts to move, as if alive. What had appeared to be a small mushroom is revealed as a fungus-shaped monster. Too late, you realize their form is designed to mimic mushrooms to lure explorers in. Don't want to become a meal for the mushroom? Draw your weapons and strike it down. This one's only 2. Anyways, I believe if I go like this. Oh boy. Hold on. Oh. Pseudopod. That's weird, because there's normally 3 venom shrooms, I thought. So you get 3 platypi up there, and you get 2 here. Incredible. And wow! As you walk down the tree-lined narrow path, you spot mushrooms in an out-of-the-way corner. The brown mushrooms growing near the roots on both sides smell and look delicious. The side mushrooms make your mouth water. You could consider picking them for later. So... I believe for all of these, they do come to. But before that, of course, these annoying ass enemies. So, good Shrine Lake Bind. Good. Because tails are considered legs, quote unquote. So leg binding is just for anything tentacle, leg bound, or based, or even tail based. Anything like that, I guess, like lower body. Although some tentacles are considered arms as well. So since refresh, it's a bit more efficient. I think I just went for a normal attack. Yeah. So I think in these specific spots... Oh, actually, you know what? You inspect. You reach for one of the mushrooms and inspect it carefully, but you detect no danger. The mushroom smells so delicious. Convinced there's no danger, you can try eating. The fragrant mushroom melts in your mouth. You smack your lips, enjoy the exquisite flavor that has renewed your flagging spirits. 5 TP. So I think it's meant to like, oh boy, so good, yum yum. Okay, so I think for all these, but of course, once per adventure. After this encounter. Welly, well, well. Welly, well, well. I had them all attack. Good. can't do that for either, so instead, fire. Ice. Again, I like that our healer is our primary damage dealer. That experience is well deserved. God damn! Sea beast skin. Ah, yeah. I kinda wish I saved that night one for now. Even if it's not night right now. We're going to probably not going to survive too well then. I want to see what this encounter is. Not bad then. That's annoying. Claw cut. That might be arms then, considering I can see the claws now. Okay, she can one-shot them. Oh, I didn't allocate our skill point. I think maybe bodyguard might be a safer option. Let me look at this right quick. Skill simulator. I'm glad I still have this after all these years. Yeah, I need to kind of basically max that out. This one. An extra 10%? I think maybe... we're gonna go for provoke, and then the parries. Primarily parry. One point into resurrect. Now we put 4 more points into foreign key. Those other skills are not gonna be the most helpful right now. Attack order. I might go for sacrifice HP, specifically 50% of your current HP for a defense or evasion boost, anywhere between I think 25, 50, and then I think like 60%. I can actually check right now. That's monk. Here's ninja, and then it was Kumo Gakure. Okay, 30%, 50%, and then 75%. 4 more points into this. And then we'll get a binary thunder. God. The prophecy skills are so interesting. Okay, there maybe is... one. So, counter fire attacks from one single enemy, and then counter that one enemy with your own, like, fire, or like ice or volt, depending on which prophecy. Which on the one hand, you know, it's pretty funny. Problem, you know, that enemy will more than likely be resistant because, you know, if an enemy is, you know, going to, let's say, cast fire, fire wave, fireball, fire whatever, like, you will counter it, but then, you know, what if that enemy is already going to be, like, either immune or even just, like, resistant to said fire. Excuse me. So on the one hand, kind of cool, kind of funny, but very situational. Not to mention, I believe it's very expensive. Yeah, 15, 16, 17, 18. All the way up to 19. Ultimately, you just need 1 point. Okay, anyways. We can head on down now. The surging river shores. I remember, I believe this area gave me a little bit of trouble when I tried to map it out myself in Unity. Eyes looking a bit parched. It's either I wish the star skills or like maybe 2 points like cheaper or whatever, because they chew through their TP fast and we only have the one, like Amrita, so you're otherwise gonna have to primarily have them be bonking with books so much, or like some such. So be very conservative. Only if the enemy is either highly physically resistant, or if you can try to exploit an elemental weakness. Anyways, a chest right there, a chest right there. Yeah, it doesn't look anywhere to be able to get to them, so I guess just you gotta either jump it, which again, I don't believe these, you know, squares and stuff aren't that small. They're definitely, you know, scaled down or whatever for player reasons and stuff. Don't gotta worry about anything over that way. Bah. Ah! If I remember correctly. Okay, yeah, so Skilla Crab. The same crab like FOE stuff. Ambush Predator and stuff. It's gonna try and go for that first. Allie. I'm pretty sure Volt. Yeah. Physical defense up. And now it's just gonna take a while. I really want to hold on to the Samarita. Oh, that was a lot less intimidating. Ah, Bloody Blade. Okay, we need to try and get as many as those as possible. That'll give us a really good sword. Again, there's nothing over there? Yep. Dead end. I will say there's something over there, though. But we're not going to go that way just yet. Meanwhile, in here, that's an FOE. It's 3 spaces forward and 1 to the left. Oops. Now we're gonna do something funny. We're gonna go this way. Every playthrough, I've always done this. Well, except for the first one, I think. 3, I think? Yeah, I think like this. Just as you are about to cross the hall, a dreadful presence suddenly appears before you. The monster seems to be highly territorial and appears to view you as trespassers. It would be wise to do everything in your power to avoid the beast, if you hope to leave this room. The piercingly menacing feeling you sense, even at this distance, is proof enough of that. Your survival now hangs on your skill at watching your enemy's movement in order to avoid him. Teehee. But unfortunately, nothing for us in here, besides a really pretty view, I guess. And it's just a chasm. I never understood this. Like, either that is supposed to be, like, water, maybe? Or, you know, it actually is, you know, because floors and stuff, like a chasm, or downward pit thing. I never quite understood. The series never really did anything like this ever again. Anyways, over this way. Anyways, actually I will say, this FOE, if you can get a particular thing later on, it does give a really good item. Or I guess if you want to save scum a lot. Granted, chances are low. Actually, this is a camping spot right here. Also, this right here is a mining spot. I think it was right here. Excuse me. Gah. Anyways. I think Allie would probably appreciate the nap. So, if 7 TP, I think actually in here. Okay, yep. Encounter rates in those campgrounds are 0, I believe. Bad. Not a good time. Really not a good time. I could actually poison spores. Much more than that did, it uses the last of its strength to release poison spores. So, undeath. We still got 2 more turns before it does show up. There we go. So long as you defeat those at the very end of combat, you'll be fine. Anyways, hello there, Mr. Red FOE. Okay. But yeah, defeat poison shrooms at the very end of your encounter. Ah, you'll be safe. Blah. Okay. BRB again. I got dinner. I guess I gotta put up my BRB text. Okay. That's the last time I did it? Damn. Alrighty. Change that. It's fine like this. There we go. Yeah, good enough. Okay. Enjoy the music and everything. Excuse me? Do vampires have souls? That's a question for another time. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Chicken parmesan, mac and cheese, Mexican rice, and green beans. I think I definitely will use a tent for once. Want one more counter at least. It'll be fine. Also, I'm pretty sure it's not too much of a difference between me or Nazira who uses it. Yeah, it looked about the same damage. Don't kill. Ow. Yeah, I'll be fine. Excuse me. It's still funny to me that FOEs prioritize horizontal movement compared to anything else. Don't detect any immediate threat. Is no doubt safe to camp here. So Allie had 7 TP. Doing this will give her... We rest until 4 PM. Oh! That's 50! I'm pretty sure it's static, though. But still, 50 TP actually isn't that bad. That's like... That's like 6 more casts for at least Allie to do stuff. God damn. Now then, there is a skill that makes camping even better. Whoa. So, double 3.5 times. Huh. Sorry, Isa, I can't really look at that right now. You're out of touch. I'm out of touch. Okay. So 50 TP. And then for Allie, that's 7 more casts of her thing. So we are Gucci for a while. Fuck. I'm pretty sure that back there is supposed to be its, like, hind leg. don't really know though, because it's confusing sometimes. It's just essentially a much larger frog. A little more dangerous though. I think if I do that. Good. It was a preemptive. Yep. Spotted frog. At least we don't have to worry about Missy asking us to try and do that. Get wherever its legs or whatever it is for some stuff. So there's something particularly good in there, but it's not too easy to get to. Well, it's decent, I guess. So this... During your walks in the forest, you find a large purplish flower that commands your attention. Its appearance is strange and a little sinister, but you think you can approach it with care. As you cautiously approach the flower, its gigantic petals sway despite the still air. Before you can withdraw, it opens and scatters pollen everywhere, as if it had sneezed. Oddly, however, you sense no adverse reactions. If anything, you feel better overall. You decide to leave the spot. Your footsteps is lighter for having inhaled the pollen. Yeah, nice. God, I'm so happy that we can check their stats and everything like this now. Normal forest frog, its jumping kick is even greater, halved by its large body. It's a bit more dangerous, I believe, so I'm gonna try and bind it again. I don't know if it's just Allie's portrait or what, but she just gets targeted so much. I think it said elastic leg. 1, 2, 1. And you can see that's 4 and then 3. And thankfully, like every FOE, prioritizes horizontal. I think it was something like this. Yeah, like this. Something right there. is, right there. Good. I'll just go around the other way. You're about to open the door before you when his figure suddenly appears to bar your way. The one who surprised you is a boy clad in ninja garb, an eager smile on his face. Yes! I finally found someone! Hey, you guys must be explorers if you're down here, right? They're a bit taken aback and not quite sure how to answer the boy's carefree, earnest question. You tell him that you are indeed explorers, to which he snaps his fingers excitedly. Honestly, guys, I'm kinda in some trouble. You know the things on this floor that chase you? I dodged them so far, but the one in that room up ahead just doesn't let up. I can't get past it. So I gotta ask you, can you find a way to avoid the monster and teach me how it's done? You're still not quite sure what to make of the boy or whether to honor his request. No. The boy seems disappointed that you have declined his request, but his smile quickly reappears. Well, be extra careful if you're gonna go on. If you don't, you'll end up in that thing's tummy. The boy nods and leaves. You turn towards the open space, wondering how to accomplish this challenge. Excuse me. Appear to have had this slightly mixed up. Let me just go a little peek inside. Looks like 3 and 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Huh. That doesn't quite seem right. Okay, yeah. 4 forward and then 3. Anyways, so this one is a bit more tricky, and you want to try and get as few encounters as possible. Also, that water is like a wall, like so. 1, 2. It is like this. Bum, 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 bum. Anyways, I will do that in a second. No, it could be worse. That's a bit of HP on it. So... But then... we don't get the pseudopod, but that'll be fine. That's a bit intimidating. Inventory. Gigapeed. Okay, so I can try and go for that now. Nice. Glad. Damn, still got some energy left. Oh yeah, they were kind of resistant, I believe. Fuck. Too powerful. Oh. I thought I had to leg bind them to get that. Alrighty. So I can already see ahead. 4, and then 1 and 2. There's that. Nothing on this side. No, just immediately go this way. Is aggroed, but can erect. Go around like so. We're gonna have to, run away when possible. I believe. You are catching your breath after shaking off the pursuing monster, when a voice startles you. Ha ha! I got through too! So that's how you get around that nasty thing. You stare goggle-eyed at the boy who was evidently following you. He laughs happily in response. Come on, don't be that way. Ninjas survive by using everything and everyone they can. He thanks you, turns to leave, then faces you again as if remembering something. I'd introduce myself, huh? My name's Agata. I'm the ninja leader at the Mortisimi Guild. I recall hearing the boy's name some time ago in a previous conversation. The girl calling herself Hypatia said she was searching for a boy by this name. It might be best to tell this boy that Hypatia was looking for him. Hypatia was looking for me? Seriously? Man, she's hopeless. Okay, I'll head back to the city in a bit. If you get there first, can you tell her I'm coming? See ya. Calls out Agata over his shoulder as he hurries on ahead. You can go the same way and return to the city and give Hypatia the news about Agata. Of course, the correct answer is always to just simply go about our own business. No, not that little bit. If I was so much more prepared, I definitely could do something a bit funny. But that's a later story. Meanwhile, to here, this. Yes. perfect time to tap back in for that music. Oh, there is something. There's something funny here, but I will do it in just a bit. Let's go back this way. Why this a bit of a pickle? Do I want to be poisoned, or do I want to just suffer through the blindness? Good. As in... So, pseudopod. Well, I never said, but in order to get that, gotta kill that, mushroom in one turn. Also, this room is a mine room. Hold on, something looks a bit suspicious. 100 leg bind. Oh, wait! Gigantus. I think... there are one of two things I must do for this. I think for the Gigapede special thing, I have to either leg bind or I need to head bind. Just based off what I remember. I'm not gonna go down the stairs yet, but I will get ambushed by some frogs. Last Ice Star. No! God damn it, I saw that number. Okay. Safe. And I will look at this wall now. So, this one. And, bit suspicious that it's gonna be lining up right there. Medica 2. Yeah, there's the blue flowers. Oops. Okay, we don't need to do anything else. That just goes that way for it looks like forever. Titanarium can be more dangerous, so let's go for it. Azera can still do some healing, so I might hold off on going back just yet. Even if Allie can only whack with her 1 damage book. Did I get a skill point? No, I didn't. Okay. So I'm not gonna go back just yet. I will. Okay, so it's after going into like the cross shape with them. Thank goodness, even to this day, they still prioritize horizontal. So I believe... Okay, never mind. I'm trying to see if I can try to get like a general sense for the like map, you know, not like it's only like so much I can visibly see, quote unquote, compass wise thing. Might as well. So I believe... Great. I believe with the Silicrabs, you're only able to encounter them against while you're walking adjacent to these rivers, which is annoying.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Okay. Fine. I don't have water with me right now, but I do have orange juice. And strangely enough, I'm the only one drinking it so far. So sweet. I don't really want to... Okay, so I'm gonna try and get into this little area here. And I will also try and get this chest right here. That'll be the plan. Just as nice. Sadly, don't have myself. That's fair. Actually. Okay. Don't do that. Right, it's also if you're right next to it. Anyways, here's a hippopotamus. Now, thankfully, we get 1 turn. Yeah, because that will happen. Allie! Allie! Ah! Okay, we're all good. Now, thankfully, again, we get a chance to try and get a little head start on escaping. Actually, not comparing the rest of this because, technically speaking, we have the entire thing all taken care of. I do have another tent. Inventory, 20, 41. I could. I'm going to do another encounter. We would prefer to do this instead. There we go. I can definitely see myself trying to D&D-ify again a lot of these enemies. Dun, 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 boom. This reminds me that there would be some people, sometimes me especially, who would take a lot of time and care to try and, like, map out all the details. Like, for example, those cataracts, which... Let me actually look up. Did I pause that? Cataract. Common age-related clouding of the eyes, natural lenses, blurry vision. Cataract falls. There it is. Interesting. So it looks like flat like rock bedding or whatever. Usually. And then it just becomes waterfalls and stuff. And then there are just kind of like more normal waterfalls. Smaller waterfalls, I suppose. God, we need those two bad. Yeah, we're just going to run along here for just a bit so we can try and get these crabs. Huh. We can get a bit of a head start on the damage then. I thought they were resistant to physical damage. Well, I guess it's only this skill of theirs that causes them to gain, like, you know, high defense, like that. Yeah, that was about that much. So yeah, that skill Peachy has, Triumphant Cry, it's gonna be very, very helpful. I wish it would just be a bit easier to get their bloody blade. Don't mess with the angry princess, monk healer. Infallible Monk. Eh, probably pretty likely and plausible. Oh, I hate that it's such a low drop rate. Go for you first. Like mine is a little annoying. It does remove our evasion, but you know, because of the evasion defense, we're gonna be kind of fine. Hey, look at that. I think it was then I had to headbind. I think that's what it was. Good. Maybe on this next level up, I'll just head on back. Talk to some more of the NPCs. Excuse me. 55. 71. 16 HP. Not too bad. Alrighty. 3 more levels and 5. For about a 10 or 20% chance to just nullify all physical damage from an attack. We want the row, so we're gonna go for that. Attack order. Nice. I guess I could do Ninpo? Or actually maybe Calm. That just is TP used, and no attack penalty from the back row. As in, you know, how melee attackers will deal half the normal damage, and also technically receive half damage from melee attacks from enemies. Now always deal normal damage, even from the back row. Can be particularly nice, especially with how squishy ninjas are. And Singularity. Sad that we're not going to be able to hear it. Alrighty. Let me try and go for that little corner area. Now in order to get to it, first I've had to take care of this. Oh my god, Ally can do 1. Fire. We're going to Ariadne Field out here afterwards. And you heard the little stinger noise, which I guess is what it's called, maybe? So anytime Ally will hear hit elemental weakness, as well as physical, that that stinger noise will play out, and golly, is it satisfying. Not a good idea. I was gonna try and go straight, like right, but then there's this mud patch right here. Like so. I was a bit worried there for a second. There we go. Exploring, you come across a large box. Fire jar. That's not the most helpful. I do like how later on it's changed to be talismans. And Amrita. That is so much more helpful. And a little bit confusingly, there is this right here. But I guess in case you don't want it, I guess that way? I don't really understand though. Junior, let your auntie heal you! Ah! God. Ooh, 2048. Okay. I want to make sure. Good. Now, no matter which way we go, it will get us, but... defense script. I'll show that. Guard tactic. Raise defense for 5 turns. And I'm gonna be completely honest. This might be... This is honestly just much worse than normal charge tactic. It is, I guess, second best. But I mean, obviously, having much more damage, so much more better. Because why would you want to be, you know, defensive when you can deal more damage? That means defeating enemies more quickly. Rest until night. Evelyn. Oh, right, there was someone who wanted to talk to you. I'll be back with her in a sec. Hello everyone. It's dangerous to stay in the labyrinth for too long, so please be careful. I didn't but have you seen a guy anywhere? Yeah. Huh? He went after you? I'm so sorry all the trouble he's causing. I'll give a good talking to later. But now I'll wait in our room for Gata to return. Thanks for all your help. And then, if you'll excuse me, I'll pray for the stars to guide you on your journey. Yeah, because Zodiacs are like the astrologers, kind of, whatever deal. Welcome back. I just got home myself. Look what I caught! It's a flying fish with 8 wings! It's pretty tasty, too. Catch all kinds of things in the seas around here. You should give it a try. Damn, only 1, and we need like 4. Anyways, here you go. Napier, I think? Yeah, I think her name is Napier. Yeah, it definitely is. Scramasax, Javelin, Spiked Leather, Hackenbush, Hobblegeon, Spiked Club, Chemize, Paralyzed Guard, Palash, Poison Charm. Neato. A single-edged sword with a sharp blade, suited for rending. Which I think is like a falchion or whatever. Palash. You can now access. It's almost as effective at slashing. Yeah, Palash is like a broadsword in a sense. Now you defeat enemies in a variety of ways. Ah yes, javelin. Either stab or throw stab. That's all I know about it. Tough Tooth, Tord Hammer, Hippo Tusk. I'm not comfortable doing that. Ooh, Light Mace. Nice, we move on from simple clubs up to maces, and soon hammers, and like warhammers or whatever. Fortune Book, Flame Lance, Hawkenbush. Maybe the claw attached that relieves the recoil shock. I think what this is trying to imply is that the claw, quote unquote, is supposed to be like the stock of the gun. That's what I'm interpreting it as. Spiked leather. Armor strengthened with countless rivets driven into it. Made lighter by cutting off a portion from the bottom. Kinda like breastplate, I guess. Clothes that cover the chest to the waist for maximum protection. Hairband. With thorns wrapped around it for defense. Ah yes, a hairband. I guess... Okay, it's either like, you know, a hair tie or whatever, or it's like a circlet or whatever. I can't really be certain though. It's all over the place sometimes. Gigapeat leg. Always have an Ariadne thread. Ah, it's you. Welcome. You've certainly become regulars here. Well, is your exploration proceeding apace? I'd certainly hate to see you die in the labyrinth. It always saddens me to lose such steady customers. It's like, does she actually care about us, or only our money? Truly, no one can tell. So we don't have a new hammer. Right, because side questy stuff. Bum bum. Are you getting used to the forest yet? Isn't it fun to be feckless and wandering? Well, did I mean reckless or feckless? Did I just invent a new word? Bonanza! I can tell Kevin will get along with her, maybe. Oh, it's you. Blah, blah, blah. Any coincidence? Honey wine. Ah, that's the spot. Luckiest man alive. I really don't have too much of a reason to talk to him. Ooh, 69. Gaudy swordswoman Deserte. Ooh! Dumb blades chipped again. Guess I got what I paid for. I think this shell is just too hard. Oh, sorry, I was talking about the skillet crab on B3F. By the waters. This shell is super hard. It'd be faster if I could just zap it with some elemental attacks. Maybe there's some Zodiacs around who'd team up with me. Hey, do you guys know any? Of course, they have to be a really rich Zodiac. Oh, and no Uggos either. How'd March Lex go? Are you guys exploring too? Be careful you're heading for B3F because of the hippos, you dummy! There's this giant hippo across the river. I'm just lounging around staring at it. And no, I'm not an idiot. We're talking about the hippos. So then, what the hell? The hippos came over, tearing after me. Now round right over the river towards me. Don't underestimate hippos or you'll be dead. Who knew they could swim? We get some more as well. Oh, the Gigapede. Gigapede leg. Pendant book. I don't think that was particularly good. Small flowers we can't do. Not without a little bit of luck in that. Booze. A member of Pale Horse. My comrades went into the forest a week ago and haven't come back. Find them! This is the Armor Road Farming Committee. We're calling on skilled farmers to share knowledge of crop development. I think with this, you just need a farmer that's level 2. And I don't think you ever have to worry about class-type side questing ever again. Ow! There's a thorn on my foot. But we'll worry about a good handful of those side quests. I can probably just kind of do myself and not worry too much. I'm glad things are going well for you. But most of the first strata is well mapped by now. What I'm saying is, right now, you folks are still just waltzing down the road more than traveled. An explorer's real thrill comes through investigating unmapped areas. Don't forget that. And we'll talk to Captain Man, even if we're not going to be doing much with him. A sailor must love his ship in the way a soldier loves the weapon he trusts with his life. That's why you should always keep your ship in pristine condition, even if you're not sailing. So fascinating that he had that in his video. Now, it looks like things are going well for you. Yeah, about the place where most novice explorers run home, their tails between their legs. Don't let me down, And same thing. Only ever going to report all of our findings after defeating the boss and, you know, returning later. This is the second time now, or third. Never seen that. More orange juice. I do like that blue flowers are a way you can kind of tell where shortcuts might and might not be. Hey, sharp tooth. Ooh, haha. Oh, it makes sense. You wouldn't be able to leg bind a Gigapede. Actually, that makes a lot more sense. Maybe should have done that instead. So we can give him a sharp tooth. Weren't you here before? Did you find any more materials? A purple scale. We're about to be able to access. Snatches away and puts it into his pack. Thanks. That's one less piece of junk I'll have to find. I found a reward and here it is. Get you a small bottle. Medica. Medic! Yep, keep that. You've done more than enough, thanks. I'll keep looking. Just for personal sanity. Well, this is not good for my sanity. Ow. Poor Junior. Oh, wait, yeah. No! Peachy! So not gonna be able to get back there. Not without fighting wherever FOE that is. Funny that we encountered the second one first. Maybe I should attack it myself. Oh, never mind. Okay. Alrighty. That's a lot better. And Punch and Ivy. I don't think we need to worry about any items it's tied to. Oh, I never marked Hagata. We're safe then to go on down to the 4th floor now. I'll go this way. Yeah, and also talk to that guard. Darn, so close. Good. Oh, another. I think it will just be that, however. Small bottle. Theriaka B. The bee. Medica, Theriaka B. I believe the purple scale then was a Medica 2. Oh, I'll try and go for that. Damn. I can show what is back here. A chest. Inside the chest, Stun Blade. Stun Blade is absolute garbage. A bizarre sword with a blade that secretes paralyzing poisons. It will reduce your attack to 1, but it will have generally 4 or more forges on it of a ailment or sometimes bind. It's funny, sure, but it is also garbage. Now, considering Pishi's not exactly designed for damage, I could give her that. I mean, I would love to personally take it, but no, a sword. Ninjas are not proficient with them, so I'm kind of fucked. Plus, even then, I believe each forge is either a 5 or 10% chance to try and, you know, inflict that ailment. And then you still gotta worry about your own luck versus the enemies, like resistances and stuff. I think just for a little bit of funsies, let's try it out. And yeah, there's like 2 spaces here, so that way you can like run around. So that whatever this is able to, you know, leave you be. So we can try and see kinda how good it is. Let's, okay, they're all weak to paralysis, so this is not the best way to check. So you see that Pichu tried to attack those 2 times, and it didn't succeed. I mean, granted, we all have generally mild luck right now. But even still, it's not too likely that we're going to ever get that to succeed. Try a few more times. Well, resistant to blind. Pichu, you go for that. Damn. I think it has to be a 20% chance then, because come on, we can get 1, right? I guess the paralysis weakness is a lie then. Anyways, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like a give or take 5% baseline chance for it to happen. And then it's gonna be kind of like contested luck stats. So, if you're luck higher than the enemies, then it'll be a bit easier. And then you still gotta worry about said, like, resistances. Damn, that wasn't funny. Still funny that they show all these, like, ailments and stuff. And again, not the easiest time to try and ever inflict them. Anyways. Allie, hold off for now. High encounter rate. Also try and see about holding off something of PvP Plague, if I can remember. Okay, maybe now might be a good time for for a line heal. A very good time for a line heal. I think it's mouth I'm looking at right now. I can't really quite tell. I always thought Gigapedes were resistant to physical damage. Minor healing. Oh no. Our evasion. Stop that! Bladed ordeal in the muck. Remain behind. Square room. And look to the side. It looks like this. Or something like that, maybe. And I'll hold off for now. As you steadily progress through the labyrinth, a young man appears before you. His piercing gaze relaxes into a smile. He speaks slowly, as if choosing his words carefully. We met on the second floor, no? Glad to see you safe here. You're one of the luckier guilds. The young man then shifts his gaze deeper into the forest. Lucky though you are to survive thus far, trespassing further into the labyrinth is forbidden. It's simply much too dangerous, he shrugs. His piercing gaze again fixed on you. He seems unlikely to bend in his stance, though you may attempt to appeal to his reason. You ask him why those who are here to explore the labyrinth are barred from doing so. This is far enough for those with idle curiosity. Only those with higher callings may go further. The young man runs a speculative gaze over you before continuing. If you strive for greater than to see the labyrinth sights, then return to the Senatus and petition them for a letter of Marquis, I believe. If you wish, that is. The young man nods curtly and takes up his firm stance, blocking your way. It seems your best option at the moment is to return to Armor Road and speak with the Senatus. Well, we at least got a little bit of area to explore. It looks like whatever kind of path. And there's an FOE already. Oh, 2 FOEs, all in yellow. Oh, but they're going separate ways. That's good at least. They can see a mud towel right there. I am such a fucking nerd. Don't fault the nerd for enjoying really good games, though. Especially when they're a nice bit difficult, too. Oh. I think we want to try and kill this starry slug. Damn, still alive? I think me and Alice should be able to finish them off. Fuck. Good job, Allie. Ah! Good job, Allie, dodging. Ah! Damage! Just straight up an ice-based attack. No, like, funny qualms about it. Starry Slug and a tough feeler. We got an Ariadne thread, so we can safely teleport back when need be. Just for a bit. I think actually this is more dangerous because of its icicle ability. Oh, fire, huh? And immune to blind. No resistances? Really? I guess just because of its membrane ability, which will increase defense. I think for it and the enemy. Yeah. Making sure I am. Allie's favorite. God damn, it just has really high defense. Ooh. I think the starry case is if you kill it with a volt attack. Oh. Alright, this one will be pretty dangerous. I can't really use this. Because we want to use this. Ah! Choke. What I think is technically an arm ability. Okay, not bad. Therefore, there'll be more damage. Ah! Sharp Fang. Line heal is a full heal now. But Sharp Fang? Ooh, haha. Fang that kills its prey instantly to prevent escape. Is that from an elemental attack? Okay, yeah. Exoskeleton that glitters when light is shined onto it. We'll go until... a bit more. This might be the battle then. finish off the vault. I think annoyingly as well, the slug will randomly decide to just defend. Instead of, like, attacking or anything. Wow, only that. Nice. Let's head on back then. Okay, so. Not the Gigapede League, or at least one of them. Dungeon Ivy was just a Theriaka. And we don't have any purple scales, strangely enough. Athletl, Cutlass, Eared Dagger, Tail Gloves. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of tempting just to simply sell that, but it feels kind of nicer to just simply hold on to them. Might as well just get rid of all these. There we go. One, two, three. I can't stop smiling. Wait, is someone there? Oh, it's only you. Don't sneak up on me like that. So, you've reached B4F, I hear. Excellent. Keep squandering I mean, keep up the good work and stay safe. I'm hearing that you made it to B4F, yes? You should be careful. The old lady at the Senators told me she gives new guilds a terrible task when they do. Are you scared? If you are, get on the first ship out of here and run away forever. Until you make it back here alive, you're still on an adventure. Never forget it. Quiet Scholar. Have you ever encountered an odd, fluffy creature while venturing through Yggdrasil's labyrinth? No? How fortunate. How unfortunate. Rumors of that creature have circulated amongst explorers for decades. It's said it brings good fortune to explorers who find it. From afar, it looks like a golden ball. Some members of Pale Horse have supposedly seen a strange golden light after camping. But during their hasty preparations to be ready for whoever it was, the light escaped. It does sound true to that ever-cautious guild's character. I like to meet that creature myself and see what kind of good fortune it brings. That is talking about a very particular FOE. They are a pain in the ass, but they are still kind of nice if you can manage to kill them. Banner's coming in. Man, we just went through hell. That deer just shows up on B4F? That thing's a frickin' beast. I did this war while charging us, and while everyone was off balance, it wiped us out. The shock of these bandages. I'm not going back in there until I heal up some. I'll be honest with you. If you run into that thing, get out of there or you'll end up like me. Monster Skull is gone. You should be extra careful if you ever have to fight a devilfish. They tend to gang up on you. When one's in trouble, others come running to eliminate the threat. If you should run afoul of a devilfish, I suggest you take it down as fast as possible. Hey, I guess they're kind of like explorers. You both gang up on your prey. I'm drinking here while I wait for my new husband to return from the labyrinth. Ever heard the monstrous fish, Narmer? It's very cowardly. Wound it, and it'll run away. I don't want to chase it too far if I were you. There are dreadful bugs in its home in the wetlands. If you're not careful, this warm you. How do I know this? Because a swarm of those awful bugs killed my second husband! Hasn't it been literally just like 2 days? I think it's been like 2 days. I think she deserves at this rate. Ah, you guys. Come on, sit down and buy me a drink already. Fire wine, ale, honey wine. Ah! The water tastes as great as I feel! Gigapede. Hey, look at that full thing. Amber? As Esper and I travel the world in search of delicacies. I've yet to taste the honey of the amber bee. I know about that one, yeah. Function guild. Okay, so we'll worry about that later. This one first. Ah, accepting this quest, are you? It seems you are finally accustoming to the labyrinth. The fishers in the city have asked for a gigapede leg. Gigapede legs are used as fishing bait. Armoro does do a lot of fishing, you know? Of course, you must be fighting gigapedes to get gigapede legs. They only appear at night. The labyrinth becomes a very dangerous place at night. Keep your guardings high. Actually, I would argue it's actually safer at night. I'm counting on you once again, adventurers. Off you go. To victory! Ah, hello, my adventuring friends. Alive you are, aim with the gigapede leg. Yes. Yes, there's a gigapede leg. And no mistake. I'll see it gets to the client. Thank you. How's the labyrinth tonight? Scary, yes. Many monsters only come out once darkness falls. Here's a reward, as I was promising. I can count on you for more requests, yes. Pendant book. Where's that pedance? I think that was pedance. Pedance book. A boring book that makes those around the reader very eepy. Don't really need that. Oh my god, we have been down 1 armor slot. I just realized. Oh my god. How am I surviving then? Tummy a little hurty, but I can go a bit more. We have a bit more orange juice. Oh, never mind, I don't have any more. Well, the tiny little drops. Pretty good. Why does it make me wink when I look this way? What the heck? Tracking your funny. Anyways, oh, right, we need to talk to the Senatus. Which, these are all senators, I believe. Ah, it seems exploration is going smoothly. I hear you met Kojira in the 4th basement. Eh? Oh, I refer to the young man in the flashy red outfit, carrying a katana. Kojira is right. I'm afraid you won't be able to explore any further for the time being. The labyrinth is becoming choked with explorers in the depths of the first stratum. To correct that, I'm thinking of issuing a mission, requesting the guilds to slay a certain monster. Just sit tight until it's made official. The Senatus wishes to gauge the strength of those plumbing the labyrinth's depths. If you would answer the call, then defeat the beast Narmer on B4F. Ah, will this mission fall to you then? I shall explain it to you in detail. The Senatus has not been gathering explorers aimlessly. There is a purpose to it. There is something we hope you can claim for us in the undersea realm beyond the first stratum. To challenge those depths requires more than a journeyman's skill, else it would be a suicide run. Thus, we do design this ordeal to explorers, to test their worthiness. See if you can best the giant catfish Narmer, guardian of the 4th floor. The ideal outcome would be to defeat Narmer and see what lies beyond. Fortune go with you. Ah, hello. And what is it you want today? Eh, my age? Getting rather ahead of ourselves, aren't we? Find the city at the ocean's floor, and I'll tell you. What's with that look? Get going with that long face. Off you go. Shoo! I haven't got time to waste. And I suspect you don't either. What a silly granny. Also, I think that was minor spoilers, technically. Hello, members of Shadow. It looks like you've adjusted to our mode quite nicely now. This city is a tapestry of culture, run by all the people and things that have gathered here. Why don't you treat yourself to a little sightseeing tour sometime? Before eh? Now is about the time the senators will present you with a flat-out unreasonable task. This will be your newbie's first time, won't it? If you want to prove yourself, you'll have to fight through it with your own cunning. Can I try and get some updated armor? 5 more defense. $44, $47. Yep. I think Allie's gonna want some defense too. Considering how fucked up she keeps on getting. Straw hat. This is gonna be so annoying. Ooh, I think I know how I can, go about all this actually now. Cause originally, what I was thinking is I would go up to, like, the boss store. Then, you know, that'd be about, like, where I would end stream. Then, you know, I would, you know, do whatever and stuff, blah, 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 blah. Grind, farm, get, like, all sorts of, like, gear, and what I would believe a appropriate party would be. But no, instead, I think what I'll do now, I'll instead actually check out what the boss is like and show you guys what they're like. And purposely die to them. More than likely with my exploration team. Then the next time I would stream, that would be when I would instead, you know, bring about my, like, fighting party. I like that idea, yeah. Did we do? Oh, okay, I'm just slightly stupid. Oh, Allie probably wants, okay. God, so beautiful. So we need to head back all the way over there. I like how I can now basically do this one-handed. You guys don't know what I'm going to be doing with my other hand now. I can do whatever I want. I say as I start scratching myself. Yeah, you definitely heard that. Damn. God, this is actually kind of like the least optimized party I kind of sort of ever had. As you proceed through the forest, you find a dead end where the sun shines brightly. You suddenly recall the request you accepted about finding a place to sunbathe safely. Since you said there are no monsters nearby, this would be a perfect place for sunbathing. You can return to the bar and report your findings whenever you feel like it. I think that's because that spot's right there has a 0 on its aggro thing. As in, you won't generate, you know, aggro for encounters and stuff. Anyways, wait. I don't have an Ariadne thread. Okay, well, you saw Ali got a weakness crit. So yeah, it's not just elemental weakness. If you 69. If you also hit an enemy's physical weakness, you will also get that same stinger. So let's theoretically say an enemy is weak to, I don't know, something like Crush, or Bludgeon, or Bash, or whatever you like to call it. Let's theoretically say the Zodiac has a... oh, fuck. Fuck. The enemy also theoretically has a weakness to Bludgeon. And the Zodiac has a skill or whatever that does bash. Like for example, Meteor. Call down meteors to deal strike damage to random enemies. 3 to 4 times, 3 to 5, 4 to 5, 4 to 6, and then 5 to 6. Granted, however, this is physical damage. And this skill, Etheric Charge, can concentrate to increase damage with Elemental. So you wouldn't be able to, you know, make it even stronger. Man, if only there was a physical version of this. Oh boy, if only. But we're not gonna have to worry about that for like a very, very long time. Anyways, I guess just a tiny bit. I can show this actually. Yeah, she dealt 10 now. I think her singularity skill, it first starts off at 10% more damage, and then at maximum it becomes 50% more damage. And that's for each attack. Oh boy. We're not scared of you anymore. Excuse me. Easy clap. Damn, so close. Let's go a bit more. Because I'm going to keep on going until we get an Ariadne thread. Or bye. Either a full pack. No, yeah, full pack. Provoke. Let's just increase it is, yeah, aggro rate. Well, crud. I don't know now. Let's go to like level... I guess maybe 6. Targeting a row is so much better than targeting, you know, like one single party member. Attack order. And I guess now we'll go for guard order so we can get prevent order. I suppose we'll also max out prevent order as well. Prevent ailment or grant ailment protection for 3 turns. However, on dispelling or preventing a status ailment, sleep, poison, blindness, any of those, that buff will then end for the target. Actually, this might be kind of interesting. No, this is safer. Try and max this out. Well, I'm gonna try and go for binary now. Well, I'm gonna be here for a bit. I hope everyone is kind of enjoying this. The start of the adventure will always generally be a bit slower and stuff. Maybe a bit less interesting too. But I do enjoy this game a lot, and I hope you all can enjoy what was my very first adventure as well. Turn that down. I normally never played this aggressively. I would always try and like grind and farm for like really good gear and stuff for everyone, and then move on. I guess not to lie or whatever. I guess I would have swapped out myself then for one of the farmers. Unlike a normal adventuring party kind of deal. That was quite a bit. 47. Just a bit more. just thank God for Peachy's abilities. This is definitely how I did a lot of my grinding and farming back in the day. If not for the Sovereign and their passive heals, it really would not be as fun then. Granted, they will definitely start to fall off as the game progresses. I would definitely say by maybe the start of the second stratum, that's when Royal Veil starts to become a bit less viable. Triumphant Cry? Huh. Let me see how much it does normally heal. Triumphant Cry, 10 HP at level 1, 26 at level 5, and then 60 at level 10. And so long as they are alive, that'll happen at the end of every combat. So, 60 is like more than half for like all of us. In fact, for Ali and me, and Nazira, in a way, that's almost basically a full heal. Even for Peachy, that would be like 2/3 of theirs. And Junior's is practically half. But if you're pouring 10 points into that, that's not too optimal. You would need 15 points in total then. It's not like the worst, but it's not too optimal either. Also 69 again. But then there is the ability that is right after Triumphant Cry, which is Monarch March, which I discussed very briefly earlier. Recover party HP with each step by singing gallant military songs. I like how that implies a little bit of performance or whatever. So, for each rank of that, on Monarch March, that is 1 HP. So then, 5 HP on rank 5, 10 on this one. But again, you have to first spend 5 points here, then another 5, and then however many you want here. I would definitely argue 5 is a good point. Personally speaking for me, 5 HP each step, if you have any kind of like either encounter like decreasing like skills or items, that can kind of help with that. Especially with damage tiles, because of course there are some in this game. However, if you do just straight up 10, you outright nullify the damage from damage tiles up until a certain point. And can recover so damn much. Anywhere between, I mean like, it takes like a good dozen or so steps to get into a random encounter. Okay, so if I were to maybe try and gauge it myself, so if we're going to count 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, we're already at 100 HP with a maxed out Monarch. That's 200 HP if Monarch March was maxed out right there. Early on, that can basically just be a full-on, like, protection and heal and stuff. Granted, however, the Sovereign does have to be alive. So that is the only caveat. I mean, hey, take care of that and then perfectly safe and stuff. Go ahead. Okay, we can head on back now. One more encounter. Perfect. A nice full inventory. I don't think we have anything. Actually, it's more efficient like this. Nice. I like that the portrait for the hoplite is so heavily clad in armor. Right now, Junior is currently wearing a summer tweed, a buckler, and some bark gloves. It's always funny to me. Also, the pedant book, that's not going to be too helpful for now. I will actually give that to Rudy here. Maybe next time I'll go over what the classes are like. Because 7 hours in, gonna be a little awkward to explain what the classes are like now. I forgot the Ariadne thread. There's definitely someone who just has that going on back and forth to up their excursion stat or whatever it was. Yeah, forays. Man, I've already been on 19, what the hell? Itchy. Yep, I am still on basic difficulty. I'll make sure to never farm and grind on stream ever again like that. These two don't. Those two have a one-step delay. Damn it. So could have. 2099. Damn. Only those 3 spots. That's 15 TP regardless. Just see. Ow! Peachy! Make it nice and symmetrical. Was that Venom Shroom defending? That Venom Shroom was totally defending that turn. Not ideal. Not ideal. Not ideal! Ow! Oh, 1998. It's more better. You step forth to hail the young man who stands exactly as before. Has senators given their approval? Very well. You are free to proceed if you wish. The young man stands to one side and throws you some medicine, calling it a parting gift. Medica 2. Not Medica 3. Armor. In the ancient tongue, it means raging catfish. Do not fight it in anything but peak condition. The young man steps aside, clearing the way. But you live long enough for our paths to cross again. Goodbye. With that, the man with eastern features turns to leave. You take his words to heart before going your own way. Strange that he's going his own way, and yet I think he's supposed to be, stopping adventurers from continuing forth. Ideal. Alley can. Okay, so if we do this. Good job, Junior. Hey, nice. There you go, son. Damn, quite a bit. I forget how much it normally heals, but it heals a bit, apparently. So close. Tink. And unfortunately, no one in the party is skilled at gathering materials. I'm gonna head this way. There's something right there. Posture check. Yeah, I definitely need to try and just relax back a bit more. We have Allie. Do 2 gold stars. Nectar too. I don't think it's gonna say at all how much it heals. Revives with some, revives with moderate. Ugh, it's so annoying. gave us Nectar 3s. Oh, well, you look at that. Sunny boy, you're gonna have to, I think. Thin out the board? I think gonna have to thin out the board. Just a bit, Ellie. Get up for the weakness. Should be able to. Actually, gonna be slower. With me and Pishi, good. Ferocious fish. However, the cooperative effort failed. Nice. And a violet cone. Devilfish, tough tooth, and violet cone. That's a little rude. Only bludgeon, bash, crush, however. Oh, no. God damn it. Okay. At least it doesn't, like, heal them. Why? No! We'll survive. Well, the front row will survive at least. Alright. Oh. tough jaw, or large jaw, with the power to fell even the labyrinth trees. What attack did I end it with? I think it was maybe Pierce. Let's do this one first. There it is. So... Yep, just the entire thing. But you can see that there's a little area right there. And I kinda don't want to let you got buns on Sharp Fang. Oh yeah, wait, no, never mind. Which I think was the kill via elemental? Can't really do much. I think we'll be fine. Okay, maybe it's better off to simply do that. Oh no, yeah, he can't do that now. Oh no, my son. My son. Purple scale. This. Formaldehyde.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
I have to go get water then. If you want me to hydrate, I will have to go get some water. So wait, how much is that? 12 characters, and that's how much it was on the DS back in the day. Alrighty, let me just look over there. 1 second. I drank it up there, so yeah. Drated and high. Not that kind of high, though. Okay, so there it is right there. Wait for it to go around. Did that without even looking at that. Leg hammer. Inflicts leg bind. Oh no. I don't think I can comfortably do this fight. This is the threshold where I can't comfortably do it. Yay, I escaped. Oh, this area is also kind of low. So I gotta... Flow, I'm gonna have to... I'm aiming for a line heal, so... I might have to go... I'm gonna have to go up a floor. So, let me go this way. See that right there? Looks like... Pretty sure, which 90% of the time, I am always correct. Except when I am not. Alright, fine, let's try. Damn it. This is not the ideal. Holy. That might have been what saved. Ah! 777. I don't feel lucky. So, get down there. Can. Get into an encounter. Onto Pishi. Pishi, charge tactic, yes. Yeah, sure. I think you're going to have to just kind of body a bit. $10.98. Rest until the afternoon. Get 50 TP. Okay. Now that I know actual numbers, that actually makes resting at 10s a bit more viable. So I either got 5 line heals or a handful of heals. Actually, you know what? This is a perfect time for me to just simply use this. Well, powerful at least. I would have been resistant. That's been bothering me for a bit. Okay. Just wave hello to that fully and go past it. Two Vault Stars. That'll be fine. Nice. Alrighty. Mark this. I'll spoil a tiny bit. That's all you get to know, though. Now evening time. This is plausible. Just focus on that one. Now go for this. A little bit of free healing for a couple of us. Come on, Allie, don't miss. Yes! Move forth. 64. Man, it's so funny just dealing like 1d4 of damage to kill them. Nice. That is never going to happen ever again, I bet. See that right there. Definitely need to see past that. Alrighty. Can see something like that. Yep. Hello. Goodbye. I could go that way, but then I'm going to immediately run into it. You can also see that right there. I would also have to go around. This way. Ugh. I don't wanna. Damn, I'm using my tents so much more than I normally ever would. I'd be like 5 levels higher right now with like really good gear. Nice. It takes like 3 ice stars to kill it. Ah! She's got good speed, oh my. That barely even does it. Making sure. Golly, I didn't get it. 777666. Incredible. The good, lucky number, and the very bad number. I'll head this way. As you move forward, overcoming ordeals all the while, you find 2 figures at a bridge. They seem to be the members of the Montezuma Guild. When you step toward them, the boy ninja meets you halfway. Hey, we meet again! If you're all the way out here, you must have come to beat Narmer, right? God smiles as wide as sunny as before. You'd hate to lie to the beaming boy. I knew it! Okay, then I have a suggestion for you. Want to work together to beat that thing? I had to get to the second stratum, no matter what it takes. A cloud passes over Gatta's face, but clears quickly, and his white smile returns. So, how about it? I'm begging you here. It's up to you. It's up to you whether to accept the boy's request. I would say so. The boy's delight on seeing your nod is palpable. That's what I'm talking about! We can get over the details once you get to Norma's lair. I probably would tell you what she found out about that fish's behavior and habits. That wasn't easy stuff to find out, you know. That's why you'll be in charge of the actual fighting. The boy then parts with you to rejoin the girl, waiting at the bridge. The 2 of them leave. Feel irksomely used by the boy, but you know, must nevertheless proceed to defeat the fish beast. You can, but we're going to go this way first. So that rest spot will be particularly kind of helpful, maybe. Depends, I guess. I could use it right now, but no. Instead, I'm just going to get into another fight. Provoke. That way at least I'm doing something. It's still wild. The healer is the most powerful party member so far. Yes, you gotta go for that. Fuck, I didn't think about that. There we go. Son! Okay, now she's kind of fast. Not Vector 2. Goodness, no. Come on, be fast. Easy clap. Gotta go for it. This. Man, we almost heard the entirety of the first campaign. That's the name of the fight theme. If I didn't do auto, making sure I do have them. It's nice and quiet over here. I cannot care right now. Piss off. So this is essentially the end. Because I'm definitely not going to be able to have the energy right now to grind up stuff or whatever to get what we need to comfortably take on Narmer. But I will at least show you, I guess for this series, what that's gonna look like. The moment you set foot into the vast wetland, you are assailed by an oppressive atmosphere. You look around in search of its source, and spot the astrologer, Hypatia, who appears beside you. This muddy wallows its nest. Narmer uses the mud to move freely about the wetland. In support of the girl's words, you see a large fish snaking gracefully through the mud. Since Narmer is so at home in the wetland, you must grasp the topography to block its path. The girl then distinguishes, for your benefit, between the muddy and clear areas. And keep that in mind to drive it into a corner. Once it's stuck, strike from behind. Judged by the astrologer's words, the key will be a clear grasp on this wetland's topography. Those are some big words. The rest falls to you. Face the dreadful Narmer and live to tell the tale. And notice how when I advance towards it, it just starts running away. Down to that corner. We find this. Whoa. Whoa. And then... now ain't she a beaut? Now again, I'm literally just fighting until we die. Because that means... it's whatever. Allows you guys to see this, and just how dangerous they can kind of be, and you know, how kind of stupid I am. Don't worry, Al, you can finally have your Anrita. Oh yeah, we did get a free turn. Damn, that's actually kind of nice. Ah! That's annoying. Front row, ice damage. Heavy chance for blinding. Wouldn't be any other way to go against that. No, son! I like that Ally dealt more damage as more people died. I guess that would... oh, well, you look at that. Don't worry, this is why I have Nimpo fight for. Oh! That was like a 60% chance to dodge, I think. Ow! You'll pay for this! And we're not gonna save that. To the ages of Labyrinth, conquer those shadows of night. Go towards our road. Tempestuous stream. To push away the unfathomable dark and bring light to our road. A stormy adventure begins. So that's one timeline. Instead, it might be a bit of a sour end to just, you know, go up right to the boss, die like that, and so on and so forth. But, no, from now on, I'm gonna hold on to that because I don't want to store it. The only way I'm gonna be able to store it is by going to the damn inn and donating to it or whatever. Oh, Pike. be a bit stronger than that. Who knows? Ah. 1, 2, 3, buckle my shoes. Yeah, I did spend all of our points. Well, that is the first stratum of Etrian Odyssey 3, Waterfall Wood. A nice, comfortable forest, plenty of waterfalls, some rivers, and kind of overall swampy. Keeps up to tradition, the first stratum being very, very welcoming, and overall pretty calming. God. Only for my right eye, that's weird. But I love this game. I really do. I definitely do got a few things to say or whatever about certain things. But overall, it does hold a very special place in my heart. I do hope I can make all my friends that are here in this guild proud and happy. Really do hope. There we go. My nose will eventually sneeze. I swear. It better. But Peachy, who I might rename to a different name, if they want. There's Big Red, Fifi, Junior, Deadpool, Kate, Kiki, Azira, Faru, Icy, Ally, Leaf, Rudy, Dan, Evelyn, Grayumi. And there are still a few more for me to recruit, but that's gonna have to wait a little while. Oh, actually quite a while now that I think about it. But I hope I can make all of you proud. I will try my best to have this be a closing chapter for our adventures across these 3 games. And if I'm ever able to, maybe some of the other ones. I'd be kind of curious how I could keep that train going, or if I would just straight up go original, like original characters, names, and just simple, like, stories and stuff for them. But that'll be it for tonight. I know it's a little bit of a strange way to end it now, but I guess I ended Etrian Odyssey 1 in a very strange way as well, technically. I just get down to a certain floor, or also technically defeat a boss, and then end it. Would have been right before a boss. But now I think I got a general idea how I will be handling things. I think also, I think I know who my party setup will be for the boss coming up. Well, Narmer, I should just say. You guys know exactly who it is. I also probably won't have to worry about that, or doing that actually for any of the other bosses, when I think about it. Nice. I can push that button in. I well, this is all to your liking. I'll keep doing my best. I will see what I can do. Also, I like that Yggdrasil is just straight up right there. It's kind of small, too. Oh well. Thank you all for joining me. This is Mika. I'm a vampire. And in this story, I am now semi-immortal. So, I'm gonna send you guys out somewhere. I don't really know who. Never mind, I think I know who I will pick. Yeah, I think this is really the only best choice to pick. So, I'm just gonna stop the music then. So, get this up. Vampire Raid. Subscribed? Here you go. Bam. There you go. Yep, there's that. I might see about getting new emotes soon. Not subscribed? That's perfectly fine. Here you go as well. Ha! Copy down either one of those. Ngah. Now, retarget. Wah. Is it like that? That's the wrong tab. It is. Go raid out that ram, sheep, goat. As a Aries myself, I know it can be nice or whatever. Thank you all for joining me tonight. I will now spend the next, while just simply on picnic difficulty and farming up experience and the necessary, gear and stuff for the boss party, as well as the next adventuring party. Yeah. Thank you all for joining me tonight, and I will see you next time. Not sure if I'm going to do the other game I want on Monday, or if I will do... Maybe I will do Etrian Odyssey on Monday. More than likely. We'll try. I'll try. I don't like having a schedule. I gotta try and push myself to have a schedule. Bye. I'm such a fucking dork. Alrighty. I would wave right now, but I don't have hand tracking right now. Bye-bye.